Please rise for the arrival of our VIPs. We now welcome the arrival of our distinguished VIPs and the faculty management as they enter the hall.
Please remain standing for the national anthem, followed by the University Malaya song.
Universiti Malaya, kebanggaan kita semua, bersama para ilmuwan di berbagai lapangan. Kami merdeka di hati, mencapai kita budi, tradisi kecerdasan, menepati wawasan. Di sini kami sedia berbakti, terus berinovasi. Kami harapkan generasi muda, jelas nusa dan bangsa. Kasih kesayanganku, sungguh ada jasamu, membentuk insan mulia, penuh berbudaya. Di sini kami sedang berbakti, terus berinovasi. Kami harapkan generasi muda, jelas nusa dan bangsa. Bakti kesayanganku, sungguh ada jasamu, membentuk insan mulia, penuh berbudaya.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated.
Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to the Deputy Dean of Student Affairs of the Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology, Dr. Rumah Rahayu Muhammad Faisal Abdullah, the MYTECH Career Fair 2025 Advisor, Dr. Liu Wei Xiu, the management of the Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology, the President of Persatuan Computer University Malaya, PECOM, Mr. Sean Chi, the Director of MyTech Career Fair 2025, Mr. Kui Kun Lim, and our company-sponsored representatives, faculty staff, MyTech committee, future leaders, and esteemed guests. My name is Wong Yong Yi,
And my name is Shaifa Raimi.
and we are honored to be your MCs for today's event. On behalf of the MyTech Career Fair team, it's a true pleasure to welcome each and every one of you. We are thrilled to see such a vibrant community of bright minds, all united by a shared passion for shaping the future of technology.
Before we proceed, I would like to invite Mr. Akmal Haris to lead the Dua prayer.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين حمدا يوافي نعمه ويكافئ مزيدا يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك وعظيم سلطانك يا Allah ya Rahim. Praise be to God, the Lord of the world. Peace and blessing be upon our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and his companions for those who follow his example till the judgment day. Ya Allah, we gather today to express our gratitude upon his greatest gift towards us. In conjunction with MyTech Career Fair 2025, we seek for your help and guidance. We seek your blessing for the progress of this event from the beginning till the end. We seek your guidance to steer clear of events that would be detrimental to the progress of this event. Ya Latif Ya Rahman, bless us with your tawfiq and hidayah. Please guide University Malaya to greatness, peace, glory, and prosperity in this world. Grant us with valuable knowledge that will be beneficial to mankind. Make us a right the servant that follows your commands and neglect the sinful act. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Thank you, Mr. Akmal Harris, for the Doa recitation.
Now, let's welcome the advisor of MyTech Career Fair 2025, Dr. Liu Wei Xiong, to deliver the welcoming speech. Please welcome.
So good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here this morning with you all at this year's MyTech Career Fair. As the faculty advisor for this event, I've had the privilege of watching this event come together through the hard work and determination of our student organizing team. So behind the scenes, up until very late last night, our students have been managing logistics, communicating with our industry partners, and designing booths, and so much more things that I've never seen with my own eyes. So to the organizing committee, volunteers, and everyone who plays a part, let's give them a big round of applause. And to our industry partners, thank you for continuing to support our students and for investing in the future of our tech talent here in University Malaya. And to our students, whether you're here to explore, to apply, or just to see what's out there, I hope you take full advantage of these 2 days events and network with as many people as you can. Okay? Because every conversation here is a chance for you to grow, and every interaction will bring you one step closer to where you want to be. Okay? And with that, I wish everyone a successful and engaging day ahead. Thank you and enjoy the time.
Thank you, Dr. Liu Wei Xiong, for your incredible remarks. Fellow innovators, tech enthusiasts, and dreamers of the digital age, the moment we've all been waiting for has arrived. The officiating ceremony of the MyTech Career Fair 2025. Everyone, please join me in welcoming the Deputy Dean of Student Affairs of the Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology, Dr. Irma Rahayu, to deliver the officiating speech.
Okay, give me a second. I need to wear my spectacles. Oh, actually, nobody warned me that once you hit 40s, suddenly your eyes want to take a career break. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam Malaysia Madani. A very good morning to everyone. Salam sejahtera. Well, it gives me a big pleasure to welcome everyone to our biggest event at the faculty, my Tech Career Fair 2025. An event that celebrates innovation, collaboration, and the bright future of our tech talents. Before I begin, allow me to extend my heartfelt appreciation to all our distinguished guests. First up is Dr. Liu Wei Xiong, MYTECH Career Fair 2025 advisor. And give him a big round of applause. The faculty management team of the Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology who are here with us today. Mr. Sean Chi, our president for HUCOM, Southern Computer University Malaysia. Mr. Koi Kun Lin, the director of MyTech Career Fair 2025. Our respected sponsors, our company representative, thank you very much for being here. The dedicated MyTech committee, and to all our future leaders, the students of University Malaya, thank you for being here. And last but not least, all esteemed guests and participants. Thank you all for being here and for making MyTech Career Fair 2025 a very, very meaningful event. The MyTech Career Fair is more than just a collection of booths and banners, we know that. Okay, it's a meeting point between the academia and the industry. It reflects our shared goals between the academia and the industries. We want to prepare our graduates as well, not just to survive, but to thrive in today's dynamic tech landscape. To our esteemed industry partners, thank you very much from the bottom of my heart and from our students as well. Your presence is very, very much meaningful to us. It is not just about recruitment, I believe. This is about your belief to our tech talent, and it's about investing in young talents who will one day try the digital transformation we all are striving for. The support and collaboration mean the world to us. A heartfelt thank you to our sponsors. If I can name everyone, the diamond sponsors, we have N International, the Storage, Razer, Sony, and U Mobile. We also have our platinum sponsors, Alberto System, Gary, Global Intelligence, Tilty, Hitachi, IP Silver One, Freenet, Shortcut Asia, and also TPD. Not just our diamond and platinum sponsors, of course, we also have our gold sponsors with us, Alibaba Cloud, AXA, Xrail, Core Combine, Deloitte, Connexus, Fortitude, Infinity Data Tech, and SLB. I hope I pronounced it correctly. I'm sorry if I'm not. Okay, so to all our students, this is your time. This is your opportunities. It is right in front of your eyes. Okay, so please take this opportunity, grab this opportunity to explore, to ask questions to the industries. What are their expectations to you as our graduates? And please, please, please make a meaningful connections with all of them. You never know, they might be your employer one day. Okay? Technology is more than just coding. It's all about solving real problems. We want to create a better world and leading with purpose. I think everyone and all the industries agree with this. That's what we aim to instill in all our graduates in University Malaya. So my advice to you is to be curious, ask questions. Don't be shy. This is the time to ask questions. Be bold. Talk to people. If you are introvert, put that aside. Be extrovert today. Be proud of what you can bring to the table. Be confident. Okay? Some of you maybe take a class thinking and communication skill with me. I'm not sure if you're here. But I teach you guys how to be confident, and I hope you can show that to our industry partners. So all our organizing committee, volunteers, thank you very much for your dedication. You've made MyTech Career Fair 2025 a success, and I am very, very much proud of you, and so do my committee. With all my heart, I wish every one of you, the student, partners, and also organizers, an inspiring and successful experience at today's and tomorrow career fair. And please take this opportunity, face every challenges, and keep moving bold towards your dreams. With that, I officially launch the MyTech Career Fair 2025. May it open doors, build connection, and inspire people. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Omar Rahayu, for the inspiring address. You may stay on the stage.
Now, I would like to take this moment to acknowledge our esteemed sponsors. So, please welcome Mr. Kwei Kun Ling to come to the stage to accompany Dr. Irma Rahayu for the certificate giving ceremony. For our diamond sponsors, I would like to invite the representative from Ant International onto the stage. Next, the representative from My Storage. Now, I would like to invite the representative from Razer. Next, a representative from Sony. Now, I would like to invite the representative from U Mobile onto the stage. Thank you, Dr. Irma Rahayu and Mr. Kwei Kun Ling. You may be seated.
Now, we would like to welcome Dr. Liu Wei-Xiong and Ms. Trisha to come to the stage to give the certificates of appreciation to the representatives of each company. For platinum sponsors, I would like to invite the representative from Avato Systems to come to the stage.
And after finishing the so we need to position here.
Next, I would like to invite the representative from Darren. Now, I would like to invite a representative from Global Intelligence. Next, I would like to invite a representative from Hilti. Now, I would like to invite a representative from Hitachi e-Works. Next, I would like to invite a representative from IP Server 1. Next, I would like to invite a representative from Paynet. Next, I would like to invite a representative from Shopify Asia. Now, I would like to invite a representative from TP-Link onto the stage. Thank you, Dr. Lewisha and Ms. Fisher, and we return to your seats.
Next, please welcome Mr. Sean Chi, accompanied by Mr. Jella, to come to the stage to give the certificate of appreciation to the representative of each company. For our gold sponsors, I would like to invite the representative from Alibaba Cloud to come onto the stage.
I'm video calling signal right now.
Next, I would like to invite the representative from AXA. Now, the representative from Axrail. Next, the representative from Core Consulting. Now, the representative from Deloitte. Next, I would like to invite the representative from FineNexus. Now, I would like to invite the representative from Fortitude. Next, the representative from Infinity Data Tech. Now, the representative from SLB. And last but not least, for our benefit in kind sponsors, I would like to invite the representative from Red Cloud to come onto the stage. And now, the representative from GTI Media. Sean Chi and Mr. Jella, you may return to your seats. We are deeply grateful for their generous support and contribution in making MyTech Career Fair 2025 a great success.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, let's kick things off this MyTech Career Fair 2025 with something exciting. Please enjoy our opening gimmick video, specially prepared by our talented multimedia team. We hope that sets the tone for an inspiring and energetic start to the MyTech Career Fair 2025.
Now, I would like to invite Dr. Emma Rahayu and Dr. Liu Wei Sheng, together with the sponsor company representatives, to stand in the middle of the hall for a photography session. All attendees are required to move to the center of the hall for the photo taking session.
Kita make it full screen lah. Splashback right. We need to make it splashback right. Not photography.
Currently in this hall. A reminder to all students who are currently here, please move to the center of the hall.
So all students, please move forward to the center of the hall.
Yeah, and do stand up as well so that we can find you guys in the picture.
The ones at the back that are sitting down, can you guys stand up for a second for the picture? Thank you.
Thank you to all our VIPs, company sponsor representatives, and all our esteemed guests for attending the opening ceremony today. We hope you have a wonderful time at the fair. And on that note, we would now like to invite Dr. Amarahayu, accompanied by the rest of the VIPs, to tour the booths outside.
To all my Tech Career Fair 2025 attendees, please remain here in DK1 for our next session, which will feature the Talent Labs Company Talk by Miss Rihanna Ng. Also, please take a moment to scan the QR code provided to register the attendance for the opening ceremony of My Tech Career Fair 2025. And to all our attendees, please come to the front of the hall to collect your food vouchers. We appreciate your cooperation and let's kick off this exciting day. Thank you. To all our attendees, please come to the front of the hall to collect your food vouchers. Thank you.
You want to control the coffee? You want? So basically, when you get a problem, you just
To all our attendees, please go to the entrance of DK1 to collect your food vouchers.
To all students who haven't registered yourself yet, you may go to the front of the lobby, the registration counter to register yourselves. Thank you.
Labs titled Upskilling with the K Youth Development Program. I am Sharifa Raini and I will be your MC for today. On behalf of the organizing committee, we thank you for your presence today. Without further ado, let's get started with our company talk featuring an incredible speaker from Talent Labs. Please welcome Ms. Rihanna Ng, Community Management and Partnerships Manager at Talent Labs.
All right, hi guys, good morning. Good morning, everyone. So, thank you all for having me today, and thank you for the MyTech committee team as well. So, just a brief introduction. My name is Rihanna from Talent Labs, and I'm here to share something that I think could be very valuable to students like yourself who are about to step into the working world. So, maybe just to share more about who Talent Labs is if you've not heard about us before. So, so just a brief introduction. Talent Labs, we are a tech academy dedicated to enhancing students and individuals' employability, all while lowering the barriers to enter the workforce. So how we do so is that we run online programs and courses specializing within the tech field such as software engineering, data analytics, digital marketing, and fintech. And before I jump into the upskilling portion of the talk, can I have a show of hands to those that are in their final year? Or is everyone in second year? Okay, all final year. Second year. Second year. Okay, so I think maybe you want to give a preface on that note is that the upskilling program that we will be highlighting is definitely more targeted towards your final year candidates. However, this is something you guys can also consider for when you have graduated or are graduating next year. Okay? Right. So what we have I'm sharing with you today is called the K Youth Development Program. I'm not sure if anyone has heard of it before. You've heard of it? Are you second year? Okay, well, a lot of second year here today, yeah? Right, so a bit more about the K Youth Development Program to those that maybe have not come across or heard it before. So this is a government-supported initiative by Khazanah National. Essentially, it is aimed at helping Malaysian youths in various areas. So one is upskilling in areas like tech, digital marketing, data, fintech, and more. And you can also, as part of that program, get real industry experience through job placements with some of the corporate companies that we are in partnership with. And all of this, during this entire program, you as a candidate, if you, let's say, join on board the program, will actually receive a monthly salary from the government of 2,500 ringgit. So essentially, you will get a certification from Talent Labs, either be it Google Cloud, AWS, or Microsoft, and at the same time also be placed in a corporate company for an OJT. You can think of it like an internship. All of this while you're getting paid 2,500 ringgit a month. Right. So through this KU development program, it's not necessarily just one additional upskilling course to add to your CV. It's actually a full-on career development exercise that we're trying to, together with Khazanah, push forward to Malaysian youth. So through this, you will get your access to training, you have mentorship with some of our mentors, even interview opportunities with our hiring partners, all right? So, okay, so I think this is where it will be a bit not relevant to some of you guys because the majority of you guys are second year. But maybe just to highlight, if any of you guys have any friends, families that you think fits this profile, feel free to share the news across to them. So the candidate, all you have to be the top criteria is as long as you're 30 years old and below and you are unemployed. Right? So you don't necessarily need to be someone with a tech background or a specific background. As long as, let's say, you're passionate in areas of technology or you want to maybe pivot into a career in tech, this is the program for you guys to consider. All right. So sharing a bit about some of the real stories that we gathered over the past 4 years that we've been running it. As you can see, some of our graduates and many of them have actually fully transitioned into roles at top companies after the program or maybe through the process of participating in this program, right? So you can see some of them being placed in PwC, Deloitte, Keysight, 2X, Maybank, AirAsia, all ranging from roles from, let's say, your full stack developer, back end developer, data scientist, even up to your digital marketing or communications. Okay, and on the right hand side, you can see that over 95% of our candidates since 2022 still remain to be employed up till to this day, and over 80% of our participants do come from a STEM background, naturally due to the interest of your day to day and coming from your educational background as well. Just a bit of insight. All of this is all available to view on our website, so you don't have to memorize all the key details. Like I mentioned, the program will be a 4 months program, so it will consist of 1 month training. So this training is where you will get to choose the course that you would like to be enrolled in. So this can be ranging from AI, data, software, creative, such as UX design, digital marketing, up until fintech and even tech sales, if that's something you would like to explore. So during this 1 month, this is where your training will be conducted, all online and self-paced. And then followed on by that will be a 3 months, what Kazana calls it, an on-the-job training. So you can view this something similarly like an internship program that you guys will have to do, let's say in your second year, right? And so this is where you will be attached to one of our corporate partners to conduct your OJT. And so during this entire 4 months, you will be getting, candidates will be getting a salary of 2,500 ringgit a month. So collectively, you're looking around 10,000 ringgit for the 4 month period. So like I said, understanding many of you are still in your second year, maybe this is something you guys can consider for your final year next year, or if you know of friends, families, or anyone around you that you know are unemployed or looking for a job or to upskill themselves, this is maybe something you can also put forth towards them. So this currently this year we are providing 9 courses, which is data analytics, machine learning, prompt engineering, front end and back end development, digital marketing, UX design, fintech, and tech sales. So here at Talonarts, because we are a tech academy, our courses definitely are at the forefront of more tech focused areas. And at the same time, during your entire 4 month program, we're not just here to upskill you in that certification. We are actually also here to support in terms of soft skills, right? So this is touching upon your business presentation, communication skills, personal branding, and so on. So all of this, we're hoping to provide a end-to-end career development for any of the candidates that come through the KU development program. Right, so all of the courses in terms of the units and the modules will be available to view on our website. I'm not going to go through each one of them individually, but different courses definitely will also come about with different prerequisites. So our AI and data science as well as software engineering is more catered for people with the necessary prerequisites. So maybe coming from a comp sci background, whereas for creative media and digital transformation is also open for those with no necessary background whatsoever. So you could be coming from a mass comm background, maybe going into fintech, for example. Okay. So this is a example of the certification our candidates will get upon completion of the program. So some of the certification, depending on which course or pathway that you choose, will be accredited by Google Cloud. Some are in partnership with AWS, some are in partnership with ACCA and even Microsoft. So it really does depend which course and pathway your interest lies in. So this is after what you will get, a digital certificate after the completion. So not too long. It's very much an info sharing session. I don't really want to take up too much of your time as well. So for those that are interested, you can find out the full information of all the courses, each and every one of the modules, the units and everything. You just scan the QR code there. And if let's say you want to apply, if let's say any of you guys who are the third final year candidates or maybe postgrad, for example, then feel free to scan the QR code to find out more information. And if any one of you guys have any questions, maybe pertaining to who Talanux is, the KU development, maybe for next year once you graduate, or any questions maybe because of your friends or family you think may be beneficial for them, my team and I are here, so I will be in front. I have a few of my team members seated inside as well. So if any of you guys have any questions, feel free to come up to us. We'll be here up until in the hall up until 11. Not going to take up too much of your time, but before I conclude, I think there is a Q&A session, right? Yeah. So if anyone has any questions, feel free to raise your hands.
Thank you, Ms. Rihanna Ng, for that insightful and inspiring talk. We will now open the floor for a 5-minute Q&A session. If you have any questions for Ms. Rihanna, feel free to raise your hand and our team will pass the microphone to you.
Hello. My question is your company open to accepting international students, and how is the process? Is it tedious?
Is it this program or our company?
Your company?
Yes, so we are open to international talents as well. If let's say that is something you want to explore further, you can access our website and then we have an email and then you can just submit any of your questions, or if you want to submit your CV or resume, you can do so there. Yeah.
Thank you.
No worries.
All right, any other questions?
Hello. So for Tesla, right? So it's like a free training session, right? 4 months, right? For us.
Yes, so it will be 1 month training, 1 month technical training. So this is where you will do your course, and then 3 months you will be attached to a company.
Okay. So regarding for like data analytics, where there is a machine learning and I believe like for engineering. So in terms of that prospect of training, do you during the module, the 1 month training, do you guys give the candidates the real data to deal with, like for example like banking data? Are we dealing with real world data?
So yes, you will have real world data, but definitely it's a cleaned up version. It's not completely full raw data. So we have our team that will actually funnel through the data first.
Oh, okay.
But depending on which course as well, whatever course that you're taking, then the modules will be slightly different.
Alright. Okay. Thank you.
No worries.
All right, any other questions from our audience? All right, I think there are no questions.
Alright, thank you guys so much. If anyone just, if you're a bit shy, you don't want to ask your questions, my team and I are still going to be here up until 11. So feel free to drop us, just grab us if you have any questions. And you are also open to receiving questions on Instagram or email if, let's say, any further questions arises down the line. Right? So letting you know, this program is also open up until September. So there's no urgency for any of you guys to apply directly at this point. Our final cohort will be open up until September. All right. Thank you guys so much. And all the second years, I know you guys are all looking to do your internship. So good luck to all of you. And for any of the final or first year students, also good luck to all of you guys. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Rihanna, for the insightful answers in that Q&A session. We truly believe that the topics discussed today will help our participants in navigating their way towards their upcoming internship. We now invite the Director of MyTech Career Fair 2025, Mr. Quaken Lin, to present the token of appreciation. May I invite Ms. Rihanna Ng onto the stage to receive the token of appreciation? All right, before we end our session today, we'd love to capture this wonderful moment with all of you here. We kindly invite everyone to stay for a quick group photo together with our speaker. Ms. Rihanna, you may move to the center of the hall for a photography session. For the ones at the side, can you guys move to the center part of the hall for the photo taking session? Thank you. Okay, guys, you can just sit down at the center and then we'll just take it. All right, is everyone ready? Can you guys fill in the empty seats over there at the middle there for the ones standing? All right, thank you, everyone. So, on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to express our heartfelt thank you to Ms. Rihanna Ng from Talent Labs for supporting and enriching the MyTech Career Fair 2025. And of course, thank you to everyone here for being such engaging and respectful audience. We hope you've gained valuable insights today and we wish you all the best in your career journey. I am Shaikara Nansha and it has been a pleasure to be your host. Have a great day ahead and thank you. Alright, to our participants, you are now eligible to claim a goodie bag at our Block B registration counter since you've joined one of the company talks, so do make sure to collect them. And after this, we will have a talk by Shortcut Asia here in DK1 starting at 11 a.m. So make sure to join that talk as well. Good morning, everyone. As a reminder, Shortcut Asia Company Talk titled Your First Job Matters, Don't Chase Logos, Chase Learning will commence shortly. While we wait for the remaining participants to arrive, please ensure your devices are set to silent mode to avoid any disturbances during this session. To participants in the hall, kindly move and fill in the front and center part of the hall. Thank you for your cooperation, and let's have a great session today. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to MyTech Career Fair 2025 Company Talk by Shortcut Asia. I am Sharifa Raini and I will be your MC for today. On behalf of the organizing committee, we thank you for your presence today. So, without further ado, let's get started with our company talk by an incredible speaker from Shortcut Asia, who is also a startup consultant with 15 years of experience in the IT industry. Please welcome Mr. Tongji, CEO of Shortcut Asia.
This one is. Hello, good morning. Is it too loud or? Okay, good. Thanks for joining. So what I wanted to do today is basically give you an overlook of you start your career right now. You could decide to. You have plenty of options. You could go towards big, established corporates, very structured, or you can go towards small organization where there might be a bit less structure, maybe a bit less support. There's moral support, but less kind of processes for you to know exactly what you're going to do, but which often leads to loads of learning, a lot of new perspectives, and then opens you a lot of doors to figure out what you want to do later. Because when I was your age, in this position at, I guess you're 22, 23, I had no clue what I was going to do in my career. And I feel like my career has been shaped by joining small organization where I had the opportunity to do a lot of things, always being stretched, put outside of my comfort zone. And I feel that's what helped me to be where I am today. All right, so let me before getting into let me tell you a bit about our company. So we're Shortcut Asia. We're based in Bangsar South. We've got a team of around 30, 25 of them being engineers, couple of product designers, and then support staff. The essence of what we do is we build custom web and mobile apps for our customers. It's not predefined for an industry. So we work with banks, insurance company, energy company, loyalty company, healthcare company, fintechs, startups, scale-ups, traditional businesses that want to basically transform digitally. That's the type of projects that we cover. So it's never boring. There's always new learnings. And each business that we work with has its own challenges and needs new things to discover and to learn. So we're part of an international group. So we were acquired a couple of years ago by the Shortcut Group, that is one of the biggest mobile consultancies in Europe. They built like thousands of apps. So I guess you guys know Spotify, maybe Klarna, that is one big fintech. They do work with Volvo or well H&M as well. So they've done like quite big work, and they felt like they wanted to expand and branch out into Asia, and there was some alignment in the cultural approach of how we do approach development, how we support our clients, and the way they do it. And so that's when they decided to say, okay, let's join force and provide some of our learnings to the Malaysian market and Asian market, and vice versa, bring some of our expertise to them. So yeah, I think what makes us different to probably a lot of company is things can be, we're doing very good work, but we're not taking ourselves too seriously. We like to have fun. We embrace chaos, and that's what makes us grow and makes never the day never day the same. So that's what makes it very enticing to work in this company. So what I want to so yeah, who here would want to join a big company? You guys are at a career fair. What's your objective? Is it to join a large corporate, established company? All right, good. No one wants to join a big company, so we're going to have a lot of applications. That's great. So typically for me, when I think about what the first job should be for someone is you've got two paths. A big company, established, structure, large teams. Teams are usually 5, 6 people. You're the new one coming in, and you're gonna have a very controlled and minimal scope in which you're gonna operate. That's maybe on the impact. Now the good thing is you're gonna feel secure because everything is well documented, processed. There's established process. There's a lot of learnings for you, a lot of training. So you feel you're learning a lot, but how much do you contribute? Right? After a year, you've learned, you've done so many training and so on. You've learned a lot, you think, but what did you what did you deliver? And that's often, in my eyes, the missing piece. In a smaller company, well, look, we're a team of 30. We've got 7 or 8 different projects ongoing at this moment. Every resource matters. Every resource needs to be contributing. Whether you're an intern or the CTO, it doesn't matter. We need you all hand in decks to support our customers. And that means that sometimes it's gonna feel chaotic, but it means that from day one, you're in the room, you're discussing with clients, you're understanding why they want to build stuff. Your input is required, and you're gonna touch code production right there and then. So this typical, let's bring back a bit what I was saying. So you've got 2 different career paths. Somebody that goes to the established MNC or large corporate, it's predefined. The security is there. You got a decent salary, you got decent benefits, you got training and so on. But your exposure is very limited. Someone in a smaller company, don't get me wrong, smaller company pay good money as well. All right, just want to put that out there. we don't hire you for free, don't worry. But right off the bat, you're going to be in meetings directly with the clients. You're basically going to have ownership of things, and features to build by yourself. And that means that you're going to grow way faster. And I guess based on how I position this, the person that grows the most in this type of environment is probably the person that chose a small company. So in my eyes, your first job, although money is important, maybe the prestige of joining a large organization might be important. I think what you should really focus on is the learnings and something that will give you a lot of different perspectives, right? Um, us being specialized in software engineering, like you might be coming out of uni and say, hey, I want to do front end. Cool, do front end. But what about the back end? What about mobile and so on? And we want to expose you towards that very quickly because there might be when in 3, 4 years, when you're maybe more in the decision-making position, having seen different parts of building an app, web or mobile, will give you way more credibility in the room rather than have been specialized for 4 or 5 years just doing front end, just doing mobile, just doing back end. So I think that's what you should look at is something that's not going to limit you, that's going to give you a lot of exposure and specifically stretch you. Because when you're stretched, that you start really learning. Yeah, so in terms of learning in depth, so here you have two what we call learning tracks. One is the cone, the other one is the hourglass. So next one. So the cone is definitely more towards the beginner's. So you start very wide in terms of the support and the trainings, the learnings you have. But when you see you're only doing one thing. You're dedicated to one team, only one product, maybe one feature if you're a very, very large team. And you're always wondering like, how do I really contribute to this company? Like, am I just building this small feature for a very big app or very big system? Like, how can I really stand out? How can I really impact, whether it's for customers or user or others? Um, so in a small company, you start wide as well, where what I mean by wide is you probably don't have the structured training. So if you're looking to go to a small company to have a very, very established training and so on, most of the time you're probably going to be disappointed. But if you want real experience from day one in terms of building a product for the customers, building like being facing the customers, being in the room where decisions are taken, that's where you're going to have a lot of exposure. So it's pretty wide on that front. Over the year, you start maybe specializing maybe towards front end, back end, mobile, whatever it may be, because you've touched so many things that you now know this is where I'm best, or this is what I prefer to do, or that's where I have the most impact towards your customers. And then you start kind of specializing. And when you take a leadership role, which is awesome, is you've seen a lot of things and you can really have the impact. Okay, sorry for that. Yeah, so that joins a bit everything I was saying. So I think an environment of chaos and less structure gives you a lot of exposure. It's fast paced. You have to wear many hats. You need to be adaptable. But I think that's where you're really going to feel stretch and grow, and that's going to take you places. Um, then you can define after that, after a couple of years, like this is the area where I'm really good and where I'm going to focus the next couple of years of my career. And when you take a leadership role, then you've seen so many different things. You've been involved in so many different things that you carry way more weight than being just a specialist. So, our my advice is like when you're looking at your first job, building skills and experience is probably way more important than a big name. Try to find places where you're going to have like real impact, real exposure, have ownership, and then yes, embrace the chaos, embrace being lost every now and then and having to figure out things yourself. That's how you're gonna basically get out of your shell and being able to do great things. So then, busting the myth, like although those companies are structured and so on, we're a small 30-man company. Actually, they rely on us to move fast, to push boundaries, and to deliver. So that's also busting the myth. Like, although we're a small company, we have large scale projects. We have one of the lead engineers of that's working on a project we have with RHB here. RHB revamped completely their retail banking app, and we've been heavily involved in that. And so although we're a very small company, they come to us and trust our expertise to basically roll out such big projects. And that's kind of busting the myth. It's not because you're in a small company that you're going to work on small scale projects. Right? So yeah, some of the clients we've worked with guys like AirAsia. We're doing a lot of work these days with BonusLink. BonusLink's been a company that everybody knows has millions of users. We've been stuck a bit um, in the early 2000s. Most likely none of you guys are using BonusLink, but probably all of your parents are using BonusLink. And we're working with their leadership team to try to kind of like embrace the new generation. We built apps for CoinGecko. There's any crypto enthusiasts here, um, and many others. So I can go on. Happy to talk to you about all those projects if you want to. So also the perception of MNCs is, there's the prestige to come to it. You might go back home for the holidays, the Chinese New Year, Raya, or others, and you're just like, hey, yes, I'm working at this big company. Your cousins, your aunts, your uncles, they know those company, but in reality, are you learning anything? Are you really growing in this company? They offer you training, yes, they do, but it's often very rigid. It benefits them and their own processes rather than stretching you as an individual and a professional. And in terms of clarity and opportunities, like there's a lot of hires at your level that happen every day. So it's very difficult to kind of clearly have a plan for you as an individual, and might limit your growth as well. And although you will work on probably big projects, you're just one of the 100 person working on a big project. And so your exposure still is relatively limited. So what I want to say is like there's nothing wrong with MNCs. I've worked with MNCs, we work with MNCs, but it's at this point in time in your career, I think it's all about keeping on stretching you guys and growing and discover what is the right fit for me. And it's by doing and being stretched that you're gonna figure that out. So yeah, couple of example actually of people that started with us and that are now in a position of influence, like 5 6 years later. So there's Aswan there that started with us as a grad. Now he is the main. So you probably all know GX Bank. He's their principal engineer and architect for all their backend services. So the guy started with us. 6 years later, he's basically the main technical guy, backend guy for a bank. And then we have Siri that is here. Started with us 7 years, 7 or 8 years ago, and he's now our CEO, and he was CTO, and he was CTO at 28. So that's kind of like being in a small company. You show your impact, you show your willingness to deliver. Opportunities will create and will be there for you. It's up to you to grasp them. So yeah, choose. I think choose the learnings. Choose somewhere where it's a playing ground where you're going to be able to explore a lot of things. There's not too many limitations, and that's the number one advice I give you for your first job. Yeah, that's mainly it. Questions?
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tonji, for that insightful and inspiring talk. Okay, so So we will now open the floor for a 5-minute Q&A session. If you guys have any questions for Mr. Tonji, feel free to raise your hand and come to the front of the hall so we can pass the microphone to you. Any questions? Oh,
Just for those wondering, it wasn't really a question, so you didn't miss anything.
any other questions from our audience? If no, I would like to ask a question. All right. So my first question is, does your company offer internship programs?
Yes, we do.
All right. So if so, I'm actually from a data science background, and I heard that your company is more focused on software engineers. Is that correct? So are you actually open to accept people from backgrounds that are not software engineers? And what should we expect on the application process to your company?
So yes, we welcome people with a non-software engineering background. Now, don't kid yourself. You're gonna do software engineering work if you join us. All right. So I just want to make that clear. What's the application process? Well, then we review the application. There's a first introduction call just to kind of like get all the details, understand what's the motives behind it, and then we have a technical interview with a live coding exercise that usually lasts an hour, and based on that we can make a decision. We're looking usually for at least more than 3 months. And the ideal, it's not limited to that, but the ideal case is somebody in his final year, so we can basically assess them and potentially integrate them to the company if the internship is successful.
All right. Thank you. So any other questions from our audience? Okay, so I think there are no more questions. Okay, let's give a round of applause to thank our speaker for this time. Okay, so and enriching the MyTech Career Fair 2025. And of course, I would like to thank everyone for joining the session. Your participation is much appreciated. Don't forget to scan the QR code as displayed to fill in our feedback form for this session. So up next, we have a lucky draw happening exclusively at BK1 located in Block A. Following that, we will have a company talk by Guidewire happening here at BK1 starting at 12:15 p.m. So make sure to attend that one as well. So to our participants here, you are also now eligible to claim a goodie bag at our Block A counter since you've joined one of the company talks. So do make sure to collect them. I am Shreparani Naisha and it has been a pleasure to be your host. Have a great day ahead and thank you.
outside of work, I also do a bit of video games. I play video games, a bit of skateboarding, and also volleyball. Nice to meet you all.
Yep. Hi, my name is Sarah. I am a QA engineer. But prior to that, I first joined Guidewire as a fresh grad for software developer role. And then 4 years later, my manager announced that there's an opening for internal transfer, which means that we can change role within the company. So I applied, and here I am sitting with all the bright students representing QA role and my company, Gawaya. Thank you.
Alright, thanks everyone. So those were our panelists. Alright, so let's move on. Today's purpose is we're going to talk about all the different roles here today, and also we're going to help you guys understand how all these roles work together. Good. Alright. Can I have the next? Oh yeah. Alright. So very brief introduction. As you guys have already heard, we are a software company that specializes in P&C insurance software. And we combine digital core analytics as well as machine learning tech to deliver our platforms to our customers, over 540 customers in 40 different countries as a cloud service. And we also have a bunch of offices across the globe, Dublin, KL, San Mateo, Bengaluru, and as well as many others. So that's Skywire. Right, moving on. Let's start with today's session. Yeah. Okay, cool. So to start us off, we're going to first interview Hitoshi. Let me get my. Alright, we're gonna start with Hitoshi. So Hitoshi, as a business analyst, can you walk us through your day-to-day tasks?
Yeah, of course. Before that, I would like to ask a question to audience. Do you guys know business analyst? Like, can you guys guess, or did you guys learn what we are doing? No.
See some nods, but also some people know. Maybe get chat. Yeah. Tell us what.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I'm very excited to share with you guys. So basically, this is a very critical role that you want to be the bridge and fill in the gap between IT solution and then also business needs. And after the finding the gaps, you want to capture this information into the document as a requirement. And then that requirement is going to be your blueprint for software solution. So before start off my daily activities, I would like to share with you about my current project. So currently, I'm working on a project. My customer is Sydney-based. They are doing some software. They purchased the software solution from us. So basically, I'm here to support their cloud service up and running. And then this involves analyzing the reported issue, and then also being a bridge with multiple stakeholders, and then also navigating the customer to remediate the issue. So that's what I do for the project. And then when I narrow down daily basis, I basically start off my day to attend the multiple meetings. Sometimes I start off my meeting from 7 or 8 a.m. in the morning because time zone is killing me. And then also it's the VA is moderator, so you're gonna be in lots of meetings. So you attend the meeting and capture whatever they want us to do. We want to capture those information in the document, and then I'm gonna bring back to the team, and then we discuss with the team. And after documenting this information, we're gonna put this information into the list, and then that is kind of to-do list for the team. So basically, what I do is maintain the list. So that's what I do.
Alright, thanks Hitoshi. So I hope you guys can kind of visualize what a business analyst does day to day. And moving on, I want to ask Hibashi a bit more about if someone wants to be a business analyst, maybe some of you are interested in the job. What are some important qualities or skills that you should have to be able to really succeed in your role?
Um, that's a very good question. Um, okay, I'm not going to ask the question. Yeah, for the I'm thinking there's two part. One is soft skill, another one is technical skill. Let me start from the soft skill. So basically, what you need to have as a soft skill is that the communication skill. I'm not talking about the speaking well. I'm talking about the how you tell the story to technical member or non-technical member, multiple stakeholders. That's the key part. Second soft skill is that we in Japan we have this kind of concept. It's called pig face. Uh, do you guys know what it means? So when you are judged by someone or when you are criticized by someone, yeah, you just don't care. Like you all like you stick to the decision. So sometimes when you're in a position, you are basically middleman. So when you're in a position that you need to take one side, so and then when you make the decision, you need to stick with it. So that's the quality to have. For the technical skill, probably our company is providing the service for insurance domain. So you need to have basic knowledge about the insurance, and then also basic knowledge about the IT. So that's what you need to have. And then last one is probably critical thinking skill. So you need to process lots of information. You need to gather lots of information from multiple stakeholders, email, Slack, whatever the communication tool, just in and out. So you need to observe and then process, and then using this information to the support customer to make decision. So that's the skills that required to have as a BA.
Right. Thanks, Hibashi. So I hope you guys can understand a bit more about what it means to business analyst now. And if you have any questions, we have a Q&A session at the end of today's session segment. All right. So thanks, Hibashi. Okay, so that was our business analyst. Moving on, I'm going to be talking to Vanessa, our UX designer. So, Vanessa, as a UX designer, what does your day-to-day work involve?
All right, let us talk about what UX means first. So UX stands for user experience, and sometimes you hear it together with UI. UI is user interaction or user interface. So we are planners in a nutshell. We plan out what the layout of a page looks like and how those interactions kind of flow through those pages. And the UI part of it is you try to make it pretty. Um, the day to day, I'm mostly doing lots of concept ideas. So after I get requirements from VAs, I try to plan out the interactions to meet the business needs. And then I also check with devs to see whether it's technically feasible. And once we reach something that I kind of like, I talk to the clients, I tell them this is my recommended flow for your web page. And yeah, mostly just that.
So a lot of meetings and a lot of planning, right?
Yeah.
Right. So you mentioned in your introduction just now that you were a developer, but then you transitioned to be a designer. Can you share a bit more about why you decided to make that change?
Oh, yeah, sure. So I was already doing my degree in computer science, but I've always had this enthusiasm and interest in visual design and creativity. So I always thought that I knew that I wanted to do something front end. Front end, meaning like building out the pages. So I knew there would be something visual. I wanted to do something visual, and then I got to know about this UX role, and it just felt like a very perfect niche for someone like me that likes to create something visual, but also still staying in the tech industry. So that was just the perfect role for me.
Okay, awesome. So Guidewire provides many opportunities for all, just to let you know. Alright, so can you share a bit more about what qualities or skills or maybe characteristics or whatever it is that helps you be a good UX designer or like help you succeed in your role?
So the biggest quality you could have, I feel, is having empathy. Now this is weird, but like UX, we're focused on what the end user is going to see. So we have to be able to put ourselves in the shoes of our end users and try to figure out what kind of pain points they're feeling and how can we make it more convenient for them. Um, and also attention to detail is very important because you may think that okay, I'm just gonna place a button, but like the placement doesn't matter. But no, moving a button slightly can also largely impact the user experience without you knowing. Because think about it, if you need the user to press the button, are you gonna put it somewhere at the bottom of the page? That makes no sense. You gotta lead your user somewhere.
Alright, so following up on where to place a button, right? Could you maybe share a bit more about what is a simple example of what is good design and what's bad design?
Okay, there's a few principles, but the main ones are basically how can I do more with less? So I want to reduce the number of clicks the user are doing. I want to reduce the number of steps that they have to go through. How can I make the page shorter? How can I make sure that everything they need is right here? I don't want them to be able to like fill this field out, but then like, oh shit, I don't remember what I'm doing just because they've already navigated through everything. So good design is very intuitive, it should flow nicely. It should be seamless and the user doesn't even notice about like how easy it is.
Alright, thanks Vanessa, that was awesome. Moving on, we're gonna pass the mic to our developer representative today, Fitri. Fitri, what does a typical day look like for you as a software engineer or developer?
Thanks, Joey. Well, I'm sure a lot of people who embark in the role of computer science when they do their graduate, most people expect themselves to become a developer at one point. So I'll give you a perspective of how a day-to-day life of a developer feels like, at least in my experience. So what you would expect is most definitely true. We do a lot of coding, programming for the most part, and debugging. In the morning, I would start by attending our morning stand-up since we follow the agile methodology. Stand-up usually lasts for like 5 to 10 minutes where we just update our progress. We talk about what we're gonna do today and also address any blockers if there's any. Once that's over, I will personally proceed with reviewing pull requests. So I would spend like about 30 minutes to sometimes up to 2 hours just reviewing other people's code. And since we are in a team of 6 or 7 people, usually there are a couple of PRs that we have to go through before we start coding. Because our principle is PRs are of a higher priority than our own features. Always review other people's PRs first. After that's done, I'll usually grab lunch, and after lunch, I'll continue to code my own parts since working on the features on the backlog. That will usually take the most of my time. And unlike Itoshi-san or Vanessa, we don't have a lot of meetings, so we can kind of just mostly spend our time coding. And then by the end of the day, when the job's done, I will create a PR, or if not, I'll just continue the next day, and also spend that last remaining day to merge any PRs that has enough approvals. So yeah, that's about my day to day.
Awesome, thanks. So could you elaborate a bit more on what are the skills that you think makes a good developer, good code, or you know?
Sure. So in order to become a good developer, from my perspective, I would say you need two main traits. One of these traits you would need in order to enjoy becoming a software developer slash engineer. Another trait you would need to be able to excel at becoming a software engineer. In order to enjoy becoming a software engineer, I would say one important thing you will need to have is to be able to have the ability to perform problem solving exercises. And coupled with that, you also need to have persistence in doing so. Because to be quite frank, there will be some days where the problem they're trying to solve is actually going to take the whole day trying to fix. And it can be frustrating at times, but if you're able to persevere through that feeling and then be able to find a solution eventually, it'll be a very rewarding feeling. And being able to present that in the form of a documentation or with your peers is actually quite exciting too. So persistence in order to learn from your past mistakes and apply it in your next debugging session, and also being able to stay motivated is an important thing that comes hand to hand. One trait that you will need to excel as a software engineer is you need to have attention to detail. This can be very prominent between when you're working in a team. You can kind of tell which of these members actually have this trait and which people don't. In what ways can you tell? For example, when they're writing code, you can see that the code that they're writing is cleaner, more effective, scalable, and robust. And when they're reviewing other people's pull requests as well, you can see they are very detailed when it comes to giving their feedback and reviews. They can even detect like vague mistakes that your peers might have done and address that in the PR comments. And it also shows when you're writing unit tests for your features. Those who are focusing more on attention to detail will write meaningful tests and not just for the sake of code coverage. So yeah, those two traits, problem solving persistence and also attention to detail are two important traits I'd say you need to have.
Awesome. Thanks, Vitri. I hope you guys know what it takes to be a developer now in the professional IT world. Last question. What do you think are some interesting opportunities that software developers have?
Okay, interesting. So in a typical roadmap for a software engineer, you usually start as an intern software engineer, and if you're going for the technical route, you will then become a junior slash graduate software engineer, entering mid-level, eventually senior level, and then you become a staff or lead engineer, and then at some point reach the level of a senior architect. However, there are also different ways you can branch out of the software engineering field. Like for example, if you're more interested in managing the people and the project instead of writing code, you can at some point pursue to branch off towards the engineering management role. If you're more interested in the what and the why of why we build the products instead of how, you can consider checking out the field of product management, becoming a product owner. But this will require you to perform a lot of customer research and then build roadmaps and also learning about the business goals. And lastly, you can also choose the high risk, high reward field, which is becoming a freelance developer or build your own startup. But this will require a lot of domain knowledge and a lot of business skills, as well as being able to have a strong communication skill.
All right, awesome. Thanks, Vitri. So what we can understand is there's a lot of opportunities. There's a lot of different branches that you can go from, even as you start out as just a software developer. All right, thanks. All right.
Sorry, if I may interject one last thing.
Okay.
About the traits, right? We might not have the empathy that the UX team have, or do we have the thick-headed part? But it's also a good trait to have in order to become a good developer, because you'll also be communicating with the rest of the your teammates at some point. So don't forget that all of the traits that we're sharing here applies to mostly all of the roles too.
Okay. So good, amazing communication skills will go a long way, even as a developer. Awesome. All right. So now let's hear from Sarah. Thanks, Vitri. All right, Sarah, can you tell us your day-to-day responsibilities as a QA?
Okay, so before I answer to that, does anyone know what QA means? Quality assurance, right? Anyone here watch Hell's Kitchen? Hell's Kitchen. Do you know the dinner service? You know when the chefs they have to cook, and then Gordon Ramsay as the last line of defense will taste and then see if there's something wrong. If it's raw, it is sent back to the kitchen, right? So that's basically quality assurance, but for restaurants. For software, it's the same. So what we do is that we ensure our product is of good quality, high quality, before it reaches to the customers. So day to day, I would say, okay, so we have the requirements. So what I usually do is I start by reviewing the requirements to make sure that I understand what the feature is supposed to do and what I need to test. Uh, and based on that, I will create test scenarios, test cases. Okay, and once they are finalized, I will start with the test execution. So for test execution, it can be done manually, so that's called manual testing, and also it can be done using automation. Okay, so regardless of the way of doing the testing, I need to document the result as a test evidence. And so what happens if there's any issue, there's something wrong, something unexpected happen? So this is where I need to create a bug ticket. A bug ticket is where you need to like list down how to reproduce the bug, and then it is sent to whoever is responsible for that. So, for example, if it's something technical, then I would need to work closely with devs. But if it's something unclear on the requirements, or if there is a gap in requirement, then I would closely work with BA. Yeah, so that's pretty much it for QA.
Then could you share a bit more about some key skills or key qualities that a QA should have?
Um, These two traits personally help me to be a good QA. The first one is to be curious. So ask a lot of what if questions, like what if the user does this instead of that. So that kind of mentality would help you to like uncover issues early on, and also would help you tackle edge cases scenarios. The second trait I would say good communication skill. It might sound simple, okay, just communicate. English is your language, right? But actually, we all have different ways of communication. For me, I might communicate in a very like negatively. I wouldn't. It's not negative, but I would talk about the negative scenarios. The unhappy part. Meanwhile, Fitri, he would probably communicate very technical, heavy. So he would talk about all the technical jargons, the programming languages, while Vanessa, you could probably talk very psychologically, which I might not understand. At VA, you would talk about all the happy parts or all the business minded kind of communication. So I think the most important thing is to find a common ground or find a common language so that you all come to consensus and understand each other. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So, following up on your introduction, you also mentioned that you used to be a developer before you transitioned to your QA role currently. So, I have a question. Do you actually need to know how to code to be a QA?
That actually depends on the kind of QA role that you're looking for. So there are two kinds. Like I mentioned earlier, we have manual and also automation. So for manual testing, this is where you test the application by hand. You click through the screens, you try to validate the logic, and basically thinking like a user. So for that, you do not need to know how to code, which is a good news for all of you. But what matters more here is that you need to be very attentive. You need to have attention to detail. You need to be creative, and also you need to have good critical and logical thinking.
All right, awesome. Thanks, Sarah.
Oh, sorry, I was just explaining the manual, right? Sorry, I forgot to say the automation part. Okay, for automation, on the other hand, you need to you basically write scripts to automatically test your application. So for that, you do need to know how to code. But don't worry, you don't have to have like Features level of coding skills to write the scripts. It's enough that you know how to write like clear structured scripts. So yeah, but so to answer your question, Joy, um, to start in QA, you don't have to have coding skills. In fact, a lot of QAs out there, they do not know how to code. But if you want to grow, especially in automation, so learning how to code will open up more opportunities for you in future.
Just want to interject. Yeah, even if you're good at coding, I know people who are so interested in automation that they pursue the role of QA, even with good technical skills. So it's something that you consider. Because automation can be quite fun once you get hang of it. You can pretty much automate everything you do on your PC at some point too. So it's pretty cool.
Thanks, Sarah. Thanks, Vicky, for your input. Yeah, so thank you to our four panelists. We are done with our first segment to basically get to know each role individually. And now that we've heard about each role individually, it's time for us to see how we all work together in practice. So we're going to do something a bit different today. I'm not sure if the ones further in the back can see, but you can see some drawings on the whiteboard, right? So today we're gonna do a little exercise. Instead of implementing software, we're going to be making a cake. And you and everyone here, the audience, y'all are gonna be our clients. And these are your cake makers, alright? So our panelists will walk us through their roles in this process and then from understanding like the business needs to delivering the final cake. So Hitoshi, Vanessa, Fifi, and Sarah will each demonstrate their roles in completing this exercise. And then I'll be also be acting like a client, but I'll be here because there's no wireless mic, but you guys get the idea. So let me pass it back to them.
Okay, let's get started. So you can think of me as a waiter, and this is Wire Cake Factory. Okay. Hi, welcome to our shop. Okay. So today we are here to help your cake. Um, what can I do for you today?
So I think to start with, your goal as the customer today is to create a cake for your friend's birthday party. Let's say your 21-year-old friend is reaching his birthday in say a month from now, and you would like to prepare a birthday cake for them. Imagine you're entering the cake factory, and then you see our very nice cake owner, Mr. Ibushi-san, and now he's gonna ask you for requirements. So go ahead and prepare the cake with the help of Ibushi.
Okay. So would you like to have what kind of flavor you prefer for the birthday party? Um, anyone? Okay.
Chocolate.
Chocolate is louder. Okay. Chocolate. Okay. Good. Good choice, sir. And for the extra toppings, do you like to anything to add on the top? Do you like strawberry? Strawberry. Okay. Okay. How about sprinkles? No. No sprinkles. No. Yeah, but our recommendation is a bit additional sprinkle. The reason why it's because it's gonna be more colorful and it looks really nice. Would you like to proceed?
Hitoshi, one question. Since we have a lot of clients here,
Okay.
so what happens when there's a clash of um, interests, a clash of opinions? So some say they want sprinkles, some say they don't want sprinkles. So what
Okay.
would you do then?
Oh, That's good one. So may I who said no sprinkles? Okay. Can you tell us the reason why you don't like sprinkles? But this. Okay. So do you have any flavor that you don't like? Like you don't like mint or what? But our flavor is chocolate cake. Okay, that's good one. Any other reason that you don't like sprinkles? Okay, fine. Then probably no sprinkles. Okay, all right. So how about the chocobo? This is coming from Belgium. It's a really nice one.
Ooh, Belgium chocolate. Yeah.
Do you like to have chocobos? Yes. Okay, that's good. Good choice, sir. Okay. All right. So now we have decided chocolate flavor on the cake for the base cake, and then for the extra topping, we're gonna go with extra strawberry and chocolate. Wow, lots of chocolate. Yeah, that makes me hungry. Okay, let's move on to the next one. So last one is the custom requirement. So probably you wanna throw the birthday party, and then you might want to put some message on the top. What kind of message do you like to put? Happy birthday. Okay.
Happy 21st birthday, she said. Happy 21st birthday.
Wow.
A lot of young
Really?
people here.
Wow. Really. Back in the day.
Oh,
21st.
you became 1 year younger.
Okay. Sounds good. So I'm assuming this is a very special occasion, but I would like to ask some questions. How many people you are planning to invite for the party, birthday party?
21. I see 10. I see 5. How many friends do you guys have? 5? Only 5. Quality over quantity. 20? 20. Alright, 20.
Okay.
Wow, 20 friends. That's a lot.
So, and then also I like the question about the candles. Um, I know some people are living in condo and then probably fire alarm and everything. But how many candles do you want to have?
21. It's
21. Okay, 21. Actually, yeah, actually, the surface of the cake is kind of limited capacity. So if you put the 21 or 30 or 40 candles, it doesn't look good. So our recommendation is just put the maybe maximum 10. Would you like to proceed with the 10 candles, or do you have any specific numbers that you prefer odd, or do you have anything in your mind?
From a user perspective, I would recommend 2 big candles and 1 small candle because that's the usual way to do it.
Oh, just one?
Just one?
Two big candles, one.
Okay. 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 Now, a good choice, sir. Now we have all the necessary information captured. So I'm gonna uh, pass this to the UX design, which is Vanessa.
Okay, so now that we have the requirements, we have to plan our cake. We have to plan the internal, which is also like the experience, and we have to plan the external, which is how we decorate the cake. And also, one thing that I want to bring up is accessibility. which I will touch on later. But let's focus on the internal of the cake first. So, what do we think will make a good experience for the inside of cake? Do you think if we have a huge layer of cream in the middle, let's say like this is 3 inches of cream, would that be a good experience? Exactly. That's like eating butter. Who wants to eat that? Nobody. So, what I would suggest is 2 thicker layers of cake and then 1 thin layer of cream in the middle. So, let's say this is 0.25 inches of cream, and then the cake layers are all like 2 inches. So, in total, we want it to be 4.25 inches. And I see that you also chose the chocolate ball. So something I might do is like, oh, I think that it'd be really nice to have the chocolate balls inside the cake. It's a nice textural experience. So I'm going to do that. And then I'll ask Fitri, the baker, or the dev in this case, um, do you think it's feasible to put chocolate balls in the cake?
Yes. Well, from a technical perspective, it is possible, but it's gonna take us a bit more effort. But it should be able to be done.
All I need to know is a yes. So thank you. I am doing it because I think it's a good user experience. So now we have the internal of the cake done. We're going to move on to the outside of the cake. So our chocolate cake comes with chocolate drips. Nice, nice. Yes, yes. Then you want extra strawberries outside as well. So we'll just do strawberries all around in a ring on the outside to make way for text in the middle. So imagine this is just blah 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 blah. There's too many strawberries to draw. Okay, and we want to decorate it nicely. So let's just say we have a ring of strawberries, and in the center we have the message. But hang on, we also want to make it accessible to everyone. Means everyone has equal chance to enjoy it properly. So because it's a chocolate cake, do you think if we write happy 21st birthday in black, that we can read the writing? Exactly. So we are going to write it in white icing. Happy 21st birthday. And I'll write the specification here. It should be white. Okay, so now that I'm done with my draft design, usually what I do is I actually go back to the client and I ask them, hey, is this okay? So you guys are the client. So what do you think of my design? You like the cake? Yay, thank you, I know. Okay, so now that I have my design done, I'll pass it on to the baker to actually bake the cake.
Thanks, Vanessa. So my role here as the baker slash dev is to start building the cake. Since I have all the requirements from Peter-san and also the UX mockup from Vanessa. Well, the first thing I've got to complain is this horribly drawn chocobo. I've got a bone to pick with the UX designer now. But we can do with this. So I made sure, since Hitoshi-san has prepared a template and he was asking for the requirements, it is definitely something that is feasible within our hardware limitations. So we have our strawberry and chocolate in the fridge already, so just have to pick out the chocolate and everything. So where's the thanks. So yeah, first thing I gotta do is start baking on the cake. So I've prepared the cake, and at some point I've managed to create a cake with the base of the cake itself. And since I look at the specifications, oh, it needed to be about 4.25 inch in total. I'm just gonna make it at about say 5 inch, so I can work with the remaining part and cut it off later. So 5 inch cake is prepared, and then I'm gonna cut the middle so that it's separated into two. It becomes 2.5. That's my personal way of implementing it. And then now I have 2 pieces of 2.5 inch cakes ready. And all I gotta do now is add the cream layer. But before I do that, usually after we are working on something, there are iterations, and we would like to show it to our team to see how things are going. So let's say the next day, at 10 in the morning, stand up, and I'm like, everyone's in the call. We have Hitoshi-san, we have Jue, we have Vanessa, we have, and then we have Sarah, and I'm like, hey guys, this is what I have with me right now. What do you think? Are we good to go with the next step?
So
So this is where I'm gonna be Gordon Ramsay. So I'll check. Okay, so supposedly it should be 2 inch height for each layer of cake and 0.25 inch for the cream. So I checked. Okay, Fitri, there's an issue here. It does not follow what has been agreed on. So could you please fix this?
Thanks, sir. You're being very nice about it. I wanted to blame my UX designer, but her problem is somewhere else, so she's good for now. Okay, so then I was reminded, oh, I have to make sure that it is compliant with the requirements of the customer itself. They want it to be specifically as agreed 2 inch top, 2 inch bottom, and a 0.25 inch screen. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm just gonna trim the extra layer. So trim, and now we have the 2.0 inch prepared at the top and bottom. And I'll proceed with adding the cream in the middle. So now we have the 0.25 inch cream in the middle with the choco balls inside as per requirement. But it took me longer to do, but I guess that's not important to the UX designer. Now that that's done, we then work on the top side. So since I already have a mockup available to me, the implementation is more straightforward and easier for me to understand. But in practice, I would usually go back and forth with the QA, with the VA and also the UX to ensure that everything I'm working on is as per expected by the customer. But let's imagine eventually it's done. I have everything from here transferred into my cake. Since I'm not a good pro artist, I'm just going to do this. And you can imagine everything is in here now, the same cake. And yes, now I will pass it over to Sarah so she can perform her quality assurance on the cake itself. Over to you.
Thank you. Okay. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go back to the requirements and check that each of what is stated here is already implemented. So we have the chocolate cake. Okay, it's chocolate, and then we have the extra strawberries, and we have the where's the chocolate ball? It's inside. Okay, so we also have that. And we have the message happy 21st birthday. Do we have the candle? Yeah, so basically that's how it goes when we find an issue or okay. So then we have the candle ready, and then I'm gonna check the measurement. So we have 2 inch, 2 inch, 0.25, and the cake should be sufficient to serve 20 people, right? So are you guys happy with the cake? Sorry, there's no real cake to give you guys, but there's a food truck outside. So let's see if there's any cake being sold. So yeah, that's how it goes. Anyone would like to add anything?
Okay, so now my role is I'm going to represent an email from the clients to the team. Hi, I'm your client. Can I change the message on the cake?
In this case, we have to check with the dev if it's going to be feasible in time.
Before proceed, I would like to ask a question. So, what change do you require on the message?
I still wanted to say happy 21st birthday, but I want the birthday to be spelled as B-Day, and I also want to add yay at the end.
That's good one. That's good one. Okay. We might need to check with the team how long this is gonna take, but I would like to confirm the deadline of the cake delivery. What's the deadline?
What's the deadline, guys? Tomorrow? Today? What time? What time? Oh, 5 minutes later. Oh, okay. 5 minutes later today.
I guess it- Okay, okay, sure. Let me double check. But if you make some changes on the top of the message, it's gonna a little bit cost than probably you anticipated in the beginning. If that's okay.
How much?
Um, Around 30 ringgit.
Do we have that budget?
Because it
Yeah, we
requires a
have,
lot
we
of
have. Yeah, yeah,
attention
we
in
have
the
the
five,
budget. All right.
yeah,
Mm.
5 minutes. So if that's okay.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. Let me double check who's the team.
Why would a customer want that? But so long that she pays, okay.
I'm the
I'm okay
client.
on my
I
side.
can decide.
QA.
So since that is already written, I don't know, Fitri, can you do it? Or I have an idea of how we could quickly fix it, but tell me first if you can scrape it off and do it again.
Okay, let's just say I do have extra icing, but it's gonna take some time to scrape everything off and then write everything again.
Would it be easier for you if I did like a chocolate plaque and then you write on the chocolate plaque and you paste it on?
Yes, that will be possible. But
Okay,
you know, like,
perfect. So change this design, check with the client again. Is that okay?
Is that okay? All right.
Very good. Okay, so follow this design now. And the yay is the chocolate plaque. So do your magic.
sounds good. Well, since I've done very efficient code, you can see everything is transferred automatically into my cake. So just imagine the plate is there now.
Alright. Okay, so now we have our cake. Thanks. You guys like the cake? Alright. So we are done with the exercise. I hope it helped you all understand like how all the different roles work together and also which parts exactly of the project that they're in charge of. Sounds good?
One thing I want to stress out throughout the whole process, though, you can see that it's not really like a waterfall-based kind of discussion where it's not from he to she and then it just ends with the dev and QA and we pass it back to you. It's more of an iterative process where we go back and forth with everyone in the team and also with you guys in order to build the final product as expected by the customer.
Okay. So excuse you. Thank you for everyone for participating in the cake making activity. I hope it gives all of you a clearer picture on all the different roles. Last but not least, we have the very final segment for this session is the Q&A. So if you have any burning questions that you want to ask any of the panelists or even myself, I'm software consultant, just so you know, just let us know. Any questions? Don't be shy. Oh, yeah.
Uh, so in my company, we provide the basic knowledge of the insurance domain. So we create kind of internal university style kind of program to study the insurance background.
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure. Did everyone hear the question? Oh no. Okay. Yeah. So the question was, if I understand correctly, is whether you need to have knowledge on business to be a business analyst. Is that correct? All right. So continue. Sorry.
Yeah. So I'm going to talk about our company. So basically, we have program to make you understand the business, the part of the business domain, business knowledge part, and then you're going to be the expert on the insurance domain. So in our company, if you study, are you studying computer science, right? Oh, then it's going to be definitely advantage class because there's lots of technical question as well. So if you are a good communicator, translate the technical question or query into non-technical people to explain. And then also, if you come join to our company, we want to train you like insurance basic knowledge. So yeah, good to go. Yeah. So yeah, it will really help to have the good quality to have the computer science skills. And then if you come and join, then you will be the expert as a BA. Yeah.
Thank you. Any questions? Any show of hands? Alright. So while you are thinking of questions, maybe you guys still need to figure out what you want to ask, I actually have a question for Sarah. Oh. So, I'm not sure if you guys, if you all will be interested, but actually, what happens if a critical bug goes live and QA didn't catch it?
Oh, okay. So that's actually a very scary situation to think of. So what happens if a bug goes live? Um, so short answer, in a healthy team, no one gets blamed, not even QA, because quality assurance, even though we have a designated role for it, but actually quality assurance is a shared responsibility across the team. So because we build the product together, not just the QAs alone or devs alone. So yeah, to answer to you, no one gets blamed. But what we do is usually we will have a retrospective or RCA. Anyone knows what RCA is? RCA. Yeah, it's RCA stands for root cause analysis. So we ask questions like, oh, how did it happen? Was the scenario missed during testing, or was there a gap in requirements? So those kind of questions um, would help for us to prevent the issue coming up again. So yeah, that's how mature and respectful team should be. No one gets blamed. But don't ask what happened in a unhealthy team. I don't want to answer that. All right, thanks, Sarah. Any other questions from the floor? Don't be shy. Oh, okay. So this is a question from us instead. So we've all heard about the four roles today, right? Which one of you all are interested to become a developer? Can I get a show of hands or software engineer? None. Oh, okay. There's two in the back.
I don't
Oh,
know if
there's
we
one
come off
there.
convincing.
Okay, okay. This is the future. Future developers. Future, you gotta step up, man. Okay, what about business analysts? Ooh, okay. A few show of hands. Any?
Yeah, good choice, good choice. I would like one more thing. So I know, so that, in terms of career path, I know that the two country managers in our organization used to be a BA. So I think being a BA is a very good entry if you're very having ambition to be startup. Yeah.
So my takeaway was today you're a business analyst, tomorrow a country manager. All right. How about UX designer? Any UX designers? Ooh, okay. Nice, nice, nice. Do you have any questions maybe that you're interested to know about? Like, do you have to be good in design or do you have to be good at code? Anyone interested? You need to. I think the mic a bit different.
I hope my ugly cake drawing didn't turn you off from UX design.
All right. So I have. Ooh, what about QA? Anyone interested in quality assurance? Oh, we got one hand there. Oh, you have a question. Sorry.
No one wants to be Gordon Ramsay.
All right. Question? Yep.
So they say like AI is coming for our jobs. If you
Mhm.
were to say, just like an answer, which role do you think is the most safest?
Ooh. Okay. So just to reiterate your question, which one of our roles are the safest
Yeah,
from AI? Is
which role is safest and which role is most susceptible to be taken over by AI?
oh, so which one will fall and which one will win?
Yeah, because recently we saw a lot of roles, a
Mhm.
lot of layoffs, right, within a lot of the key companies. So yeah.
Hmm. So, that's a very good question. Did everyone hear the question? Okay, right. Feature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna answer this from my perspective. Since I'm currently working in a MNC company, we are an insurtech company. What we write in our code At least I know there's a lot of AI alternatives like they have Windsurf, they have Cursor that's currently being quite cutting edge right now and it's still going up. But I would say that as a developer in a huge global company, you are pretty much safe because what we write has to be very, very efficient, scalable, and robust. How I say that is because you need to know what you're writing in the code because we are at some point going to give that code to the customer. Or whatever happens within the code that breaks, the developer will be liable for that. That's why they need to have the best of the best to perform code when it comes to like an insurance level, if you're really looking at banking, or for example, or anything finance, it has to be done by a person still because you cannot be liable if you're depending everything on AI. However, we do have a lot of use of AI more as an assistance to our day to day instead of replacing ourselves. Like every single month, we have news about the use of AI in all of our stuff. Like we're now using Gen Copilot, we're now using AI in our IntelliJ IDEA. So I would say, me personally, I feel like my role is very much safe unless you're working as a freelance developer, then you have to be a bit concerned about it. But if you're writing in a large scale company with a very monolithic code, you have to have proper developers for that. That's from my perspective.
Thanks, Richie. We're also gonna pass the mic to one of our.
Okay, I'm going to just give a 1 minute answer. Just for information, I'm the country head for Garrett Malaysia. So what Hitoshi mentioned, yes, I was formerly a business analyst. But by the way, quick one, all jobs can be replaced by AI. But we can also continue all the jobs as well. The more important things are two. Firstly, how do you use AI to advance your job and help you to improve your productivity? So that will keep your jobs. That's number one. And number two, there are certain skills that cannot be replaced by computers and it requires human intelligence. From business analysts, understanding of the business knowledge, AI could only gather the knowledge, but they cannot interpret and analyze immediately in a way that we could react to the business changes like a human being can, because business is very volatile. UX designer is about human interface. AI can tell you up to a certain things, but every different user has different preferences. Like for instance, just now we struggle with sprinkler. Half wants, half doesn't want. So all this requires human interaction. Fitri already explained about development work. I'm not going to say anymore. QA, there are a lot of things can be automated. However, user experience testing, that will still require the human. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Don. That was Don, our country manager. Alright, so actually we've run out of time for Q&A, but good news is some of us will stay behind if you're still interested or if you're a bit too shy just now to ask in a bigger group. But thank you very much for participating in our Q&A. And as we wrap up today's session, I want to give a big shout out to both the MyTech team and also for inviting us here today. Thank you. And also thank you to our amazing panelists for sharing their insights and experiences with us. One last thing I'm going to share is yes. So if you're interested, we do have uh, fresh grad, fresh grad entry level roles. If you're interested, we have some job openings here in the KL office. So please feel free to take a look. And you can actually reach out to any of us if you're interested to find out more about what these roles entail. So yes, thank you all for coming, and we wish you all the best in your career exploration. And feel free to reach out to any of us once again if you still have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you to all our esteemed speakers for their valuable insights and amazing sharing. Once again, let us give them a round big applause. Again, we would like to extend our heartfelt thanks to all the speakers and all of you for being part of this program. So before you leave the hall, kindly scan the feedback form QR code as displayed among your attendance. You will be able to have a goodies bag if you fill in the feedback form. Besides, we also encourage you to visit the exhibition booth where you can explore more companies that could help you in your future career. The next talk with the team, Becoming a Data Scientist, What They Don't Teach You in Class, will be held in Cube at 3:30 p.m. Thank you and see you there. Sorry for those who haven't leave. Please come to in front in the middle. Let's take a photography. Don't need. Oh, okay. Sorry. Thank you for that.
I'll be the moderator for our discussion today. Now, without further ado, I would like to let's invite the speaker up to the stage. Right. Sorry for the technical problems now. So before we begin the session, would it be okay if we could have the speakers to first introduce themselves to the audience? So we'll start with Mr.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Lee. So if you look at the profile that's advertised, it says data scientist or AI scientist in a financial service company. The reason why I cannot disclose the company I'm working with is because today is my last day with the company. So yeah. A bit of background on myself. I graduated from Monash University. I majored in AI. So at that time, it wasn't LLM yet. At that time, it was just deep learning, BERT, and so on. And then, so I would say AI and data science it interlaps. Okay, so some companies in the industry actually, when they advertise data scientists, they expect you to know AI, and when some companies also advertise AI and then they expect you to know data science. So yeah, so it's a very interesting two fields that overlaps. Yeah.
So about me, I'm Rashad. I studied computer engineering in UTP, and my first entry to science was my first internship was in computer vision on BITROX, I think. And then I did 1 year research with MIT on the genetic AI. And after that, I started freelancing on the genetic AI for about 2 years. Finally, like found my current startup, which is the AI, which is also in genetic AI space. But yeah, but my background is actually not like really in data science, but more on the AI engineering and the application layer and a bit of research side. So yeah, that's all about me.
Testing. Hello, George, a data scientist at Aeon at the moment. I've been doing data science for the past 6 to 7 years, all the way from model deployment to model building, research, and also, yeah, pushing it to the customers for them to use. And so far, so good.
Right, thank you for the introductions. So without wasting our time, let us move into the Q&A session from my side. This is the general questions to all of the speakers. So my first question will be that what is one lesson or reality about working in data science that surprised you the most after leaving university? So you want to start, Teddy?
Surprising. Okay, so so for fresh grads, you'll be expecting, wow, you're given this kind of nice projects, very shiny projects, and you can use all the knowledge that you have learned in the course, your assignment, so you can really shine. But in reality, sometimes it's not as straightforward as that. Sometimes they may ask you to do data cleaning for like 6 months, or they will ask you to do something that is not related to your degree at all. So that's reality. I was there before. I came out as a fresh grad, wide eye. So this is something that some of you have gone through internships, right? Have you all gone through internships? No, not yet. So you will also experience this as part of internship. So you may not get the assignment that you really like or that really fits into your skill. So the reality is that in the workforce you just have to do whatever that is assigned, and yeah, it's a very interesting journey. Yeah.
So like for me, like one of the surprising and confusing part when I was a student is the term like data science, AI, AI engineering. There's so many terms, and some companies take the term like meaning differently, so it depends on the company. Like, they say data science, but it can be AI as well. They say AI, but it's actually like data science and coding and stuff. So it can be very confusing, and like it confuses your expectation. Like let's say I want to do data science, but then when you join this company, you're actually doing the deployment and part, which maybe you don't enjoy. Or I want to do the building application, AI application layer. Then you join this company, and then oh, it turns out it's just the database visualization or like something like that. So I think one important thing that I would do now is actually ask what projects we're doing and when during the interview, and then like make sure that's aligned with what you want. And sometimes you can even negotiate as well, like oh I want to do this project. So for example, in my first internship, like it was actually they wanted full stack developer, but then I negotiated that oh I can build the web application for you, but I want to also do this project, which is the AI project, and they agreed with that. Yeah, and that's how I got my first AI position. I think. Yeah.
I think for my side, I can resonate with them. I mean, coming into the data science as my first year, I can remember last time was that at that point in time, I think what baffles me was the data quality. It's like in the real world, it's not as clean as what you're using in the in your own how to say pet project or whatever data that you have on the internet. But actually, that's just surface level. The data quality is like everywhere that I go is the same. It's bad. So it's just surface level. But what goes deeper into it is that I did not expect that I need to deal with people a lot more compared to other titles like software engineers. Like I gotta deal with not just building the stuff, I gotta deal with pitching it. Like by getting stakeholders agreement, getting stakeholders to believe in the solution that I'm building. So it deals with a lot of people as well. So that's something that I have to learn along the way. And when you deal with people, there comes politics as well. So until now, I'm still learning how to deal with people, how to work with people. Something that I guess everyone should take note of.
Right. Thank you so much for the insights. So we move on to the next question for this session. So looking back, what skill or mindset do you wish that you had developed earlier during your studies? I go first.
I think right, what skill or mindset? I've been reflecting on this. So to be honest with you, I don't have it. But I would say for someone to be able to be a good data scientist, it's until now with the people that I work with, I guess, and people that I hired as well in the past. I think I always look at whether they are curious or not, whether they ask deeper questions. When you give them like an assignment, do they not just do it, but they ask why they want to do it? And I like people like that. So I see curiosity is like one thing. Another part is humble. How do you accept criticism and how do you uh, accept new idea? Because in data science, it's a lot of stuff is very vague. It's like your boss will tell you one day you gotta do this, and it's vague, and you gotta work it out. So curiosity will help you in the long way finding very creative solutions. And being humble means that building stuff that is very vague and accepting feedback from others to improve on it. So I think these two things will help you be a very good data scientist. So data science is very vague. Until now, a lot of stuff is like what Rasha mentioned, right? It's like uh, they mix between data science and AI, and they expect you to do a lot more than that. So you gotta work with that.
Yeah, I think like it's very generic for me, it's like communication skill because I was very introverted and in it, before that I thought I'm good at coding and I have to be good at talking or speaking. Then turns out like if you want to like excel in your career, you have to be good at promoting yourself. Or yeah, like telling that you are good with what you do, rather than just being quiet about it. So for me, I'm just struggling about that, like how to promote yourself without sounding like being ready, for example, or how to like communicate. Yeah, how to showcase your skill, uh, how to talk like the way right now. Yeah. So that's why I think like my one thing I would wish is that I started to like improving my public speaking skills, my presentation skills, and my and yeah, just to showcase your skill, not just being good at what you do.
One skill that all bosses will like. This is something that people look forward to. This characteristic is the can-do spirit. You all know what is can-do spirit. So I think being in data science and being in AI, sometimes you really need to have this extra dose of can-do spirit. Why? Because like for example in AI, things move so fast. Sometimes it's really, really just hard to keep up on what is the latest. The best LLM last month could be different. The list could be different this month. So in data science also, it's very vague. Like you are given a data set, there are many ways to solve that. To come up with analysis. So which way is better and so on. So sometimes it can be a bit vague and can be a little bit challenging. So one characteristic that will always impress bosses is the can-do spirit. So means that you accept the challenge, you put in your effort, and you just say, yeah, I can do. Just let me try. Don't say that. You look at the problem and say, no, cannot be done. So pessimism is not something that will impress bosses, to be honest. So it's that kind of can-do spirit and that kind of resilience to show your bosses that yes, I will at least give it a try. So that to me is a very important skill.
I agree. Optimistic and being resilient is really important, right? So moving on to the next question, I would like to ask, what are some common mistakes or misconceptions that fresh grads make when trying to enter the field of data science? So can we have the Mr. Wong first?
Can. I think like I mentioned earlier, right? One of the mistake is that you thought you could do a lot of stuff, but and you thought that your boss would structure everything for you nicely. And most of the time, it's very different from software engineering. So in software engineering, well, if you work in a Scrum team, what you get is you get a ticket, and then the ticket is defined already, and then you just pick up the ticket and work on that feature. But for data science itself, there's a lot of exploration. I think, like I keep mentioning, you gotta explore yourself. The ticket comes to you, but you gotta define it yourself, find a way to structure it, and then uh, produce something. So again, so data science in the real world is not like what data is. Data is like fixed, and then data is like structured. Data is the truth, but the work itself is not actually. The work is very unstructured and also, but again, it gives you a lot of room to exercise your creativity, and then things change so fast. So you always gotta keep up as well. So to answer your question, I think it's a lot of stuff is not very well defined. You got the ability to define it, structure it. I think that's a very good skill to have in data science. Yeah. Because for my particular case, I was doing computer vision model before joining Aeon Bank. I was in third dental doing caries detection. These are stuff that no one is doing in the world, and you cannot find resources. How do you build a AI that recognizes caries in dental images? So you gotta, and I'm not from PhD background, so when boss gives you this kind of requirement, you gotta make it happen. And sometimes it's not nice. But what differentiates between a good data scientist and a bad data scientist, like what Dr. Lee has mentioned, is the can-do spirit of being optimistic and then making it happen and be creative about it, be scrappy about it. So that's one part of the job that I love.
Being creative is really important, right? Like breaking down things, everything. So what are your thoughts, Fatih, on this issue? Yeah. That's yeah. So some of the common mistake or misconception, I think I mentioned one just now, which is the confusing term of data science and AI. Like another one is I think like some fresh grad like they enter the company and they expect like the same like classes where they give you a lot of hands-on instructions. But there are a lot of times I think in the company where like I expect you to do something and you don't know about it, but you can always find out. You can just Google yourself and actually learn on it. So I think the ability to actually just self-learn and figure out a lot of things by yourself, and it's fine to ask. Like, but yeah, I think the initiative to do it yourself and self-learn is very important in software engineering, in tech, or in data science. And yeah, that's I think the some common mistakes, like not to expect everything to be handed to you what in the company. Yeah. Common mistakes.
Common mistake.
Common mistake.
Being the last one, I forgot the question. Okay, so misconception. Speaking from experience, when I was a fresh grad or when I was an intern in a company, so I always think that this world is so perfect. They will give you the best project. They will give you the most exciting thing to do, and then you will make full use of your time as an intern and have fruitful time. But sometimes in reality, things can be quite different. So, like for example, I mentioned you could be doing data cleaning for 6 months. So there is no right or wrong if you are in that situation. So what I wanted to say is that you being a fresh grad, sometimes you really have to go through that kind of grind, okay, before you can tell your boss that hey, maybe it's enough of data cleaning. Can I do something more sexy? So so I think it's important to have that kind of clear communication with your boss, but at the same time, you also need to realize that you are a fresh grad. Okay, your opportunity to learn is a lot. So be humble, understand what your boss wants, and once you are able to deliver, that's where you can then, because after you have proven yourself, then you are able to negotiate with your boss and to discuss, hey, can I do something bigger? So I think a lot of Gen Z, not millennials or Gen Z, or the latest one, Gen Z, I think what they want is that they have an over optimistic view of the world. That when I go into this job, they will give me the best project to do, that I will change the world. It's really not the case. Maybe you are lucky, but most often than not, when you go in as a fresh grad, you are a junior and then you have seniors before you. Chances are they will get the sexy project first before they give it to you. So that's reality. So you really need to go through that grind and build your skill, hone your skill. It's not time wasted. You may think that 6 months of data cleaning is wasting my time. My parents put me through degree. I learned so much of machine learning things. I learned so much of data science knowledge, and you want me to clean your data? But sometimes it's really going through that you really learn the real world data, how dirty it is. So it's not wasted effort. This is something that can help you in the future when you were to design the whole data pipeline. You will know what kind of problems that you face at the very end, and then you can then fix it at the beginning when you design the whole pipeline. So you know what are the pitfalls that you can avoid. So my advice is, yeah, I mean, if you are given some really menial task, you just go with it, give your best. But of course, you also need to tell your boss what your aspirations are, and hopefully they can meet you in the middle. Yeah.
Right. Thank you so much, Dr. Lee. So moving on to the next question. What advice would you give to the students who are still unsure if data science is the right path for them? So can we have Dr. Lee to start first?
Okay, so you are in So how many of you are in data science? All of you. Then the rest, computer science. Then any AI people? Okay. Yeah, so all of these are interchangeable, okay? Uh, so, what advice? Yeah, long day, sorry.
So what advice would you give to the students that are unsure about being data science and
Okay.
career?
Okay, so one telltale sign that to know whether that field is suitable for you is that when you, let's say for example, you are in an AI class and the lecturer give you an AI assignment or AI project, and then you find that, oh, I'm so excited about this project, I can research about it day and night, and then I can, put in all my effort to do this project and come out and I got an A. So this is a clear sign that you are meant for AI, you really like AI. And if, let's say for example, you are given this project but you are dragging your feet, you find it so difficult to start, you are not interested at all, then it's really a sign to say that maybe this field may not be so suitable. So for me, I don't like documentation, all the software documentation, all the UNL diagram, all that. It's not something that excites me. So yeah, so maybe yeah, so from there, because you guys, not all of you have working experience, so you really can't tell whether that field is suitable for you. But through assignments, through projects, you can roughly work it out whether this is something that you want to do or not in your workplace then.
Yeah, for me, I agree with automation. Estimation. Yeah. I mean, but one thing I want to ask is that you should take the initiative to try things out, and because there are some times as well where it's not just about what you do and how you do, but how you do it as well. For example, like my first try on trying to learn coding was not as fun, but then one day I decided I want to make a game, and then I learned coding by making a game, and turns out yeah, it was so much fun rather than like the usual C coding project, with the terminal. And that's when I realized that I can code out all day and night, and I love this job. So yeah, but so my point is that you should take the initiative to try this out, like what project you want to build, and maybe I want to check if I like data science, then find out like what projects you can build with data science that you are excited on, then do that project and do the hands-on, try to do as much as possible until you realize, oh, I really hate this, then you stop doing it and find another stuff. And if you turn out if you like doing this, then yeah, just continue until you figure out what you want. But it's just important to actually take the initiative, like what to try on and put the effort to try on, rather than just going with the flow. I think because if you go with the flow, then you end up like not trying anything or not putting your best effort on that class project, for example, or something. Yeah, that's my advice.
I think for me, it's a bit tough because I started my career 8 years ago. My first internship is already doing data. So I've never actually ventured into other career, like software engineering. But I do know how they kind of work. So it's very hard to answer this question. But I would say, reflecting back, uh, back then why I wanted to do data was I saw this article, like data science, the 6 year job of the century. I think that time. So I think it's quite cool that time. That's why I want to go into data science. So just feeling cool. But after dabbling in it, I was lucky where it's something that I love to do. So I guess if you are someone that likes to work things out, like um, given problem that is unstructured and you try to work it out, structure it, and then use your own autonomy and your own freedom. If you are someone that likes to explore a lot of things, use your freedom to do that. I think data science would be a good place for you. But if you are someone that likes rigid structure, like do this and then do that, X, Y, Z, and all, don't think data science is something that's for you because you will be very tired. Because things just change so often, you get tired from that. But there are other side of data, like data engineering. If like I said earlier, if you like structured things, maybe data engineering is something that you can look at. So not just data science, there is data engineering, and even more unstructured would be the role of data analytics. People that do data analysis. I think that one is even more unstructured compared to data science, in my opinion. And I respect people that do DA, and I love DA because it's all the way here. If you have structured, the DA is very unstructured, and then you have data science, where you have more structure because you gotta use science methodology, experimentation, test hypothesis, etc. Then more structure will be the engineering side, hence engineering. So hopefully this can give you like a gauge, whether you will like data science or not, and don't get tired after doing it for 3 years.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Wong, for the insights. So now we are moving into a specific Q&A session. Right. So the first one that I'm gonna ask is Mr. Wong. You are a senior data scientist at Aeon Bank, is that correct?
No?
No?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I just joined like 1 month. Yeah. Maybe not even 1 month.
Not even 1 month.
Not even 23 days.
Okay, so this is a specific question for you. So I would like to ask, in the banking sector, how is data science applied to improve customer experience or risk management?
Right. I think so I've worked in Moneyline before, so it's also banking. It's kind of banking itself in financial technology. So you gotta understand different industry have their own uh, metric that they need to optimize on to get money. So for banking, it's about asset management, how much money you can get to people to deposit. But on the other side is how do you manage this risk. So I think that's mainly the metric for a bank. So to answer your question, for banking side, uh, what you can use data science itself would be in the credit risk. How do you uh, predict if someone would pay back your loan or not? Would someone default or not? That's I think the bread and butter of a bank when they do data. It's to predict the credit score for a person. But to further improve on that, how do you get more people to deposit money? I think will be on the engagement side. How do you engage your customer? I think on that end, what I was doing in Moneyline back then was recommendation. I recommend videos for the users to watch, and then when they are hooked onto those videos, we will recommend them. Why not you try this product from our suites of product? So that's one thing. I think in Aeon side, uh, right now we're very new, so we're mostly focused on the credit risk side. How do you predict if someone will default or not? So we're still focusing more on that. But my responsibility right now in Aeon Bank is on that side. I'm exploring on the Gen AI side. How do you engage the customers to learn more about their spendings, their savings through the what we call like a chat interface itself. So that's what I'm doing. Yeah.
Right. So just a continual question. So I just want to ask, do you think the Gen AI has a big impact to your site, which is in the Aeon Bank?
I think Gen AI has a big impact on everything, every company itself. Every company wants to do Gen AI in their own way. But I've never felt so powerful with Gen AI. I've been vibe coding for the past 2 years, and I'm loving it. And there's like no problem that I could not solve with Gen AI, especially Gen AI is like I talked to you just now. Like Gemini is so good now.
Yeah,
Like
that's right.
it was so good. It is so good now. So uh, yeah, so I never felt as powerful as right now. And we are into Gen AI itself. I think we see Aeon Bank see it as like the next frontier or something that could be uh, make the product even better with Gen AI. We are embracing it. We are embracing the use of Gen AI in the company itself as well when we code, when we do documentation, etc. So we are fully embracing it. I mean, being a digital bank, as a young, we treat ourselves like a young startup. We are able to do stuff that traditional banks are not able to do. You know, uh, I don't think it's so easy to use these tools if you are in those traditional banks. Hopefully, I answered your question.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Wong. So we move on to Mr. Fatih. You are the co-founder or CTO of the KDI, is that correct? Yes, sir. So I have a specific question for you. So what inspired you to co-found a company in the AI space, and how did your academic background contribute to that?
So to answer that, I'll just share a bit on my journey and how I got here. So Yeah, so when I was near graduation, like I was freelancing and I was doing mostly on AI engineering, like building AI application. Uh, and the problem that most of the client I saw was mostly just and wait, how my academic background like helped me was that I can read research paper like and but then like my previous background before that was software engineering. So I think there was a unique skill at the time where like most researchers doesn't know how to build apps or web application, and most engineering cannot read the research paper and like get the utility of the research or the model application. So at the time I had that too, and it was there was a gap in the market, I guess, where I can just take the latest cool research that is not commercialized yet, and then I just build application layer on top of that. And I managed to get a lot of clients for that, and I realized it pays more than the current jobs in Malaysia. That's how I started freelancing like for 2 or 3 years after my graduations. And but at some point, I'm tired of like building stuff for other people, so why not just build my own company? And I think it's just a matter of timing as well. Like I found an opportunity, like there was this couple of my co-founders which has an idea that's similar to mine, and they were missing a CTO, and just in front of me, might as well just grab the opportunity. And I think it's also one of the best time to build a startup as well, especially with the Gen AI emergence, and there's so many like applications that's not been discovered yet, like that's not been applied yet, and there's so many space and problems that you can solve by building your own company. And now like with Gen AI, you can also like do so many things. Like previously, maybe it takes like whole team to build a very impressive product, but now you can use Gen AI to do the marketing, to do the yeah, to do a bunch of stuff like the operations and everything. Like and it really helps you. If so even if it's a small team, you can build a company or build a nice product, even as a solo founders. Yeah. So yeah, I think that's one of the reason. Like the other reason would be just I like my own autonomy and then impact as well. And yeah,
Yeah. Just
yeah, more and
yeah,
other stuff.
that's really great. Just want to ask you one more question would be that you mentioned about the research paper, right? So do you think it is good for the students to explore more the research paper?
I think now there's so much it's much easier to deploy like most research paper I see now they yeah, they have their own demo applications mainly because Gen AI now can do like most of the stuff. So I think unless you want to do research like AI research like making new model and stuff, then you can do AI applications or yeah then you don't need like PhD or master for that.
Alright, thank you so much, Mr. Fadi. So moving on to Dr. D. You're an AI scientist, is correct? In the financial service provider, right? It's a bank. So first question for you will be that how do you approach collaboration between the technical and non-technical teams in the financial service company? Right. How do you bridge between the technical and non-technical?
Okay. Okay. So in the working world, there's this role called business analyst. If you study computer science, it's not a specific subject that you study. It's something that the industry needs a lot. So it's called business analyst. So this group of people, you don't need to be technical. You just need to have the knowledge so that you can bridge the gap. So what do they do is, let's say in a project, the business analysts are in charge of gathering business requirements. So I guess maybe you learn this as part of software engineering where you study, gather requirements and then do analysis and then definitely move on to design, then building your software. So business analyst basically is the one that talk to the business in layman terms, in business terms, not in technical terms, because you will only confuse them. So these are the people that will talk to the business, gather their requirements, and then they will hand it to the technical team for the technical team to do the technical design, and then they will then produce the final product. So this is how typically in the industry, this is how they bridge the gap between IT and business. So some of you might end up being a business analyst. It's a very, very hot job Now, it's not just recently, but it has been one of the main jobs in the IT software industry. So if you have the ability to communicate and also communicate in layman terms, then this is a job that is suitable. Yeah. They don't necessarily need to be technical. You just need to be able to understand the technical concept and able to say and communicate in layman terms to the business.
So communication skills in layman terms of technical things are a crucial skill for
Yes,
the
it's a
development.
crucial skill, yes.
Right.
And the career path is that you have the technical path, which is you want to be software engineer. Then after that you become an architect. Then you become a team lead and so on. Then there is also the other not so technical path, which is business analyst. Then after that you can go into a project manager, and then you become a program manager. So yeah, so there are many paths that you can choose as a computer science student or as a data science student.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Lee, for the insightful answer. So now we move back to Mr. Wong. Right. So my question for you will be that how does working with sensitive financial data shape your approach to model building and data governance?
That's a good question. That's a good question. Let me think about it. So handling data, I think maybe not just banking. I think the places that I went to, we gotta handle. I think it's the number one thing that you gotta do is to handle the data well. Especially in banking itself, I think in banking, actually not just you. I think there is this industry term where you have three layers of I don't know. I think three layers. But it's like first layer would be on the customer side, second layer would be the internal team, and then the final layer would be the team itself that's handling the data. So if everyone do their job, then you wouldn't have data leakage or big data say issue with data. But I think there's always the number one thing that you got to deal with, especially in the bank itself. Maybe not just you, the institution itself or the team itself or how the teams are working together. There are already red tapes within the organization to stop you from exposing the data. I think for myself right now is I cannot even copy paste the data or take the CSV out, download the CSV down. I cannot do that because there are already people protecting that, ensuring that that doesn't happen. So that's one of the layer that's helping us, preventing us. And typically, you would also have encryption. You also have hashing for customers' data itself, so you cannot access the customer data all the way to the email level. I think right now, yeah, so it's very hard. When I first started in AirAsia, we were able to do that because I think back then data governance or security is not a big thing yet. I was able to easily access this customer's data. It was pretty cool back then, but I think thinking back now, there is such a dangerous thing that they allow us to do that, and I think right now they have already stopped that from happening. And companies that I work with, the newer company that I work with right now, a lot of it has already put a lot of governance in place to stop this from happening. So yeah, so it's getting harder and harder to expose your data out.
Let me add to that because I work in a bank. So for financial institution, data protection is our utmost mission that we need to uphold. So there's this in Malaysia. I mean, bank and government mandates that you need to make sure that you cannot leak customers' data and so on. So we are so secure with the data that we not only place the data in on premise, that we don't even push it to the cloud. So and the bank is so scared of leakages that even using LLMs, it has to be a local LLM that is hosted in the server in your premise. So they don't actually trust OpenAI, they don't trust Gemini, they don't trust anything that you call through an API. Because when you call through API, it could be intercepted or it could be something that the model maybe they have some kind of memory or maybe they lock down the output or something. So they don't allow that at all. So everything has to be on premise. So it's that strict. One career that you guys can consider is data governance. So again, this is a new, it's a new job that emerges as because of the data protection. So now people are putting a lot of emphasis on data governance. So whoever of you here is interested in intersection of computer science, data science, and law, can consider that. So maybe when you are young, you wanted to do to become a lawyer, and then suddenly now you are in data science. So now it's an opportunity for you to reevaluate to see whether you want to go into data governance because it's really an intersection between law and data science. So what you do as a data governance person is that you look at the policy and then you need to make sure that there's proper governance in place. Like you need to audit all the processes, data pipeline, making sure that it's safe, and you need to state down what is the policy, how do people manage the data, and so on. So if you are really into law, this is something that you can consider.
Yeah, I agree with that because I was shocked that we have this data governance analyst person in our team as well. Yeah, and I think in banking is the only industry right now where there is so many protections and so tight. So it's a place that I'm not very comfortable with at right now because a lot of red tape and a lot of security and all. So I'm still getting used to that. And I agree. It's the number one thing in banking.
Right, thank you so much, Mr. Wong and Dr. Lee, for the insightful answer. So, just want to ask one more question, like before we move to Fatin. So, you mentioned that data governance is like one of the new job that's gonna emerge. So, like, what skill sets that you think these students should have, or something that they should explore if they actually want to go to that part?
You mean the data governance analyst job or overall?
The data governance analyst job, because those are the new things, right?
One thing is that you really need to love reading documents. Thick documents because like Malaysia, Bank Negara will issue guidelines, and then MCMC also will issue guidelines. These are documents that are pages and pages long. So if you want to become a data governance person, you really need to have that kind of patience to read through all the document and understand and how to translate that kind of guidelines into your policy documents. So it's really for someone who likes to read and write. So it's definitely not for me.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think thinking back, I was also dealing with a lot of compliance documentation back in my previous company because we were doing medical technology. So there's also their own medical act in the EU or the US called FDA. So there's a lot of compliance documentation that you do. So I think to answer your question, I think this person, I don't like that. I don't like doing that. So I think this person probably would need to have this investigative uh, love for investigation. Like they want to maybe previously they want to be a police or an FBI agent. They gotta have that love for investigating stuff and digging stuff up because you gotta go through a lot of documentation, especially in banking. You have your BNM regulation and all that. In medical, you have your FDA doc, etc. So this someone gotta be someone that likes to find needle in the haystack and then empower the team that they work at to fulfill that. Because uh, it's something that we cannot run away, something that I don't like but have to do as well. So I could imagine that this person would be someone that's like that. He's like a police, yeah, a police in the team. Yeah, in the police because when I was doing that, I was also the police in my team as well. And I was telling people, oh, you cannot do this, you cannot do that because it doesn't fulfill this regulation, etc. I think one tool that helps me a lot when I was doing the compliance stuff, if you happen to be in this particular job, would be I think Google has this tool called Notebook LLM. Yeah, so it's a great tool. I was able to throw a lot of the regulation docs into it, and then it helped me to compile everything, and I can just ask through the LLM, Notebook LLM, ask question, and then it can answer me. Like I can ask, oh, can I do this? How can I write this data annotation documentation? And it will just tell me how to do that. So yeah,
able to, I think as for now, the ability to use tool is very important. Like how do you use this Gen AI to make your life better? I think I cannot imagine my life without that. It was I was doing the compliance documentation back then. If there's no book LLM, it's gonna be very very tough.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wong and sorry, Mr. Wong and Dr. Lee.
Dr. Wong.
Oh, sorry. Alright, so moving on to Mr. Fatih, I would like to ask you what skills do you prioritize when building a data science team in your startup environment? Yeah, what skills? Data science.
Yeah, it's a bit hard to answer because technically I don't have a science team. But yeah, I did. I just hired another engineer. So what we hire is basically like more on full stack because like we need him to do like a bunch of other stuff as well at the time. So yeah, I'll prioritize on his general skills and the ability to suffer quickly for any skills. So if I need him to do like Chrome extension, for example, and he have it and then he can learn very quickly. And besides that, I think it's just general engineering, good engineering practices like writing tasks and the standard on his code quality standard and work ethics and yeah. But one thing that I really like when I was hiring is that uh, because yeah, one problem I have when I was hiring as a CEO is that I have very little time to hire, so I get this bunch of applications and I realize that I really value conciseness because there's so many things I need to read and it's so much easier if you just put the important stuff here at the top. And also like projects as well, very useful because I don't have time sometimes to do like very in-depth technical tasks. So if I can see on your portfolio you have these great projects and I can skim them pretty quickly, or you have a good visual set project, I can see the code pretty quickly and the project's advanced, and yeah, I think you probably have a pretty good skills and I can hire you even without the technical test sometimes. Uh, and also like communication skill during the interview. And then yeah, another thing I value as well is if you DM me, like it's actually very helpful. So sometimes I get notification and don't have time to actually check on these notifications. So if you actually DM the recruiter, and it does help. Like I end up checking your profile twice, and it helps me remember, oh, this person applied, then I check out, oh, okay, this application actually turns out like really good, and I hired him. And also referral as well, which really helps as well. Like so, the one I hired actually I got referral from someone I know. So if you have someone you know that can help you give referral, that helps. And even if that person actually I don't know him very well either, they just like acquaintance. But just having someone verifying, oh, this person is probably good, really helps with the credibility. That oh, maybe this person is good, and end up checking your profile again. So yeah, that's some tips I have, and yeah.
Right then, thank you, Mr. Fatih. So if I like message you, okay, again?
Sure, sure.
So one more question I would want to ask you is that how do you balance the technical side of being a CTO with the entrepreneurship demands of leading a startup?
Yeah, so trying to solve this problem. What I do is usually just have different phases. There will be one month where maybe I'll just focus entirely on products, so then I'll ignore all the HR hiring or all the marketing stuff. But then there will be one month where maybe I'll just focus on the marketing, give a bunch of talks or make content or there will be one where I just focus on hiring. So I think you can just separate like on the phases, or like which period are you going, when are you going to focus on hiring, when are you going to focus on the product, when are you going to focus on the stuff. At least that's how I manage it so far right now. Yep.
Alright, thank you, Mr. Fatih. So moving on to Dr. Lee. Would you if I ask you a specific question? Yeah. Right. So can you share me an example of an AI application in finance that had significant impact but require non-traditional problem solving? Yeah.
One uh, one thing that it's that the bank is called currently working on is this thing called hyper personalization. So it's actually a intersection between Gen AI and also data science. So what they do is that, companies always like to recommend things to you. It can be Netflix recommending you movies, or somebody recommending you a product, or Shopee recommending you something. So what the bank wants, it's something very, very personalized. It's called hyper personalization. So I'm sure in your machine learning course you learn, recommendation system, right? So this one, it actually I say that it's an intersection between data science and also AI. It's because in order for you to push something very personal, you need to have the data from that person, right? Correct. So you need to know, okay, what did he buy? How did he spend his money? When typically, what's his cash flow like? What's his profile? Is he someone middle age, have a family, loves to travel? So for banks, they want to know from your transaction what kind of person you are. So it's really a data science thing. So they will cluster people, they will mine, and then they will try to push you. If they know that you spend a lot of money on travel, then they might push you a travel-based credit card that has a lot of rebates on travel, dining, and so on. So if you are someone that spends a lot of grocery, then they will maybe have a co-brand card with Tesco, let's say, that focuses on mostly grocery shopping. So this is how, from data science, then you use Gen AI. Where Gen AI comes in is you customize the message. Like if you know that the person is Gen Z, he uses words like SaaS, RIS, and all that. This is what my son is using now. So that's where you customize the message when you push anything to them. You customize the lingo to something that they can identify. So if you are pushing a message to a middle-aged person or someone who is 50 and above, then you would want to sound more formal and to sound more bank-like. So it's really customizing it to a very, very fine level. So to me, it's very interesting because you get to see from how you manipulate the data to how you personalize it to make it to reach your customers. Yeah.
So using the customer's data to personalize them.
Yes. So basically, all your data. That's why they say data is the new oil, right? So that's why with data they can monetize the data, so they can understand you better. They can customize products for you better, promotions and so on. Yeah.
Wow, that's really great though.
Scary as well.
Scary, yeah.
Sometimes if somebody knows you too well, isn't it a bit scary? It's like, no.
I mean, if it's someone that likes me, okay, right? Yeah. Okay, so Mr. Wong, I have like one last question specifically for you. So, what is the most challenging ethical or compliance issue that you have encountered in your role? Maybe in your money line or maybe in the aeronautical science?
Oh my. You guys know what my line does, right? Okay, yeah, my line is a kind of like a loan shark in the US. I mean, if you see it that way, actually they give out micro loan, payday. We call it payday loan for people to. Uh, I mean, in America, actually, there's a lot of people in poverty, and they live by this payday loan that we call, 150, $100 that you can borrow, and then you can pay back later on. In a sense, a lot of people will borrow money, and then we will earn interest on that. So that side of me, it's when I was there, I was not very comfortable of doing because loan shark always has this bad connotation, right? That, hey, you are capitalizing on these poor people. So something that touches my heart back then, or scratching my heart, was I was doing recommendations. So technically, when I was recommending the videos, my main goal is to get people to use our product more, uh, get loans, uh, invest. I think most importantly is to get them to get the loans. And then once they get the loan, they will be stuck in this circle where they can't pay it back, and then they get more loan, and then they are stuck in this endless poverty, or they cannot get out, even when this thing is supposed to help them, but it cannot help them. So to answer your question, when I was in there, this is what I was doing, and then it doesn't feel good for me as well. It's something that I was thinking of every single day when I was there. Yeah, I don't know why I joined. I think when I joined, before I joined, I thought it was a very cool place. It was the best place in Malaysia. And after I joined, and then tried to learn more about products, and then I came to understand, oh man, so this is how they earn money. And yeah, to answer your question, this has always been the dark spot in my life, doing this thing. Yeah, I mean, working there is it's a free lunch. You get to work with like the best tech in Malaysia, but yeah, but it's a facade. So what goes on behind there is, if you can stomach that, then good for you.
Oh, that's a very deep and
It's a grey line.
it's a great line.
Yeah.
Okay, I never like thought of that actually. So moving on to Dr. Lee, what are the current trends in AI that students should be paying attention to, especially in the financial services industry? Current trends.
The current trend. The current trend is the trend keeps changing. So if you are following AI development, it's like non-stop. It's really non-stop. First they come up with LLM, then after that there's RAG, chatbot, then after that there's agents. After agents now is MCP. So it's really non-stop. So yeah, that's the trend up, which is that it keeps changing. So whatever that you learn as part of your degree may be obsolete by the time when you graduate. So that it's really the hard truth. So I think what you need to equip yourself is the ability to keep picking up new skills, keep picking up new skills. So how to do that? It's also something that I'm exploring myself, like how to stay up to date with the latest information. So what I do is that I curate my LinkedIn. So I follow people who are really at the forefront of AI development. So I follow this kind of scientists. So if you look at my LinkedIn post, it's basically all from people who are doing research in AI, so that I can know what is the latest hustle and bustle. So that's how I try to stay up to date. But then again, it's really a very uphill climb. Yeah. So I know that this is in conjunction with the career fair, right? So I would like to say something about job hunting and also applying for jobs. I think it's important for you to know about the company that you're applying to. Like for example, I know that Moneyline provides free lunch. So it's always good to find out more about the company. Don't just go blindly and interview with the company and then later find out that not suitable, but you already signed the offer letter and you're already in the job. So always try to find out more about the company, understand the culture, what kind of perks can I get. So from LinkedIn, you can see who is working for the company. Let's say if I'm checking Money Lion, when I click on Money Lion, then you can see who is working here and so on. So sometimes it's good to kaypoh a bit, nosy a bit, ask people who are working there, or it's a bit awkward to ask strangers. Preferably if you know of a senior working there, someone from UM is working there, you try to make a connection and ask, so how's the company like? Is it something that you enjoy? So try to find out more so that when you go for the job interview, then you can also help you decide whether the company is suitable for you. So interview is not just one way for the company to evaluate you, it's also for you to evaluate the company to see whether it fits or not. So it's very important because there are some companies that the culture is a little bit different. I wouldn't say bad. So in China, there's this culture that they call it 996, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 6 days a week. That's in their tech industry. That's their standard 996. So there are some companies here, maybe not as brutal as 996, but what they require is they require a lot of overtime. So always find out about the company so that you can know whether you are suitable for this company or not. Yeah, it's my advice.
Do you find it overwhelming to keep up the depends in the technology. I mean, like when you learn a new tech today, you will not obsolete tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a very hard. It's a yeah, it's a hard truth that you need to handle and need to live with. To give you an example, when I did my PhD that time, it was BERT, bi-directional encoding something transformer. So that time, all the hustle and bustle and the buzzword is all BERT. But when I graduate in November 2022, that's when ChatGPT came out. So at that from that point onwards, it's all about LLM, ChatGPT. Then after that, you got Gemini, you got Claude, you got all the LLMs. Nobody looks at BERT anymore. So it's as if whatever I've learned, it's actually wasted. So nobody needs BERT anymore simply because there is a more powerful model out there. So it really depends how you look at it. You would say, the pessimist will say that you just wasted 4 years of your time learning BERT. And then the optimist side of it is that for me, I would want to take the optimist side, which is that I feel there's always no wasted effort. So whatever deep learning stuff that I've learned throughout the 4 years, it's something that can help me. Like for example, LLM. If you use LLM just out of the box, a lot of things it's not able to do. Like for example, if you're working for a financial institution, you really need to fine tune your LLM so that it's able to understand financial terms, so that it's able to understand what is amortization, what is accrual, what is and so on. Because regular foundational LLM may not have the deep understanding of financial terms. Or if you want a medical LLM, you need to fine tune the LLM so that it can understand medical terms, all the biological terms, all the proteins and so on. So there needs to be some level of customization to make AI even more powerful. So to me, my 4 years comes as a bonus because when I learn deep learning, I know how to fine tune. So LLM is basically another form of deep learning. It's just that now there's a foundation model that you can start fine tuning with instead of training everything from scratch. So to me, I don't think it's wasted effort. It's knowledge that is able to contribute in the long term. But the challenge is very real. How to stay up to date because it keeps changing, right? So yeah, it's sometimes just a bit challenge to stay up to date.
I also like resonate with what Mr. says. And personally, when I was doing actually a lot of like learning, so I really like the fact that there's always new technology, new framework, and I love learning new frameworks every year or so. But then when I become an adult and like start working, then I realize that there are so many other things that I can learn as well. Like, I have to spend time as well, like marketing, talking, or just business stuff. And I didn't have as much time as well to spend all my learning time learning new technologies. And that's when I realized I think it's fine to be left behind sometimes. Like you don't have to keep up with the latest like all the time. Like you can just maybe take a break like for a few months and things. But then like a few months later, you can always just check back again what's the latest one and just learning. So and another way I cope with it is just to create what you want to be up to date with. You don't have to be up to date in all the fields. You know? Maybe your main focus is on contributions, then you just have to keep to be like the leading edge of contributions, but it's fine to be left behind on other like NLP or like yeah LLMs. So yeah, it's fine as long as you are like the best at the current thing that you're doing right now, then it's fine. So at least yeah, that's how I cope with the overwhelming feeling of having to keep up with everything.
Right. Thank you, Rashid. So my one last question for you is that you have become a CTO. We are ever having a full time job, right? So what was the biggest gap between what you thought leadership would be and what it actually is? Like how do you navigate between those who doubted you?
Okay, I mean honestly, I'm still figuring out like the leadership and the management. So very new, so I'm not sure I can give like the correct or the best answers, but mm, the way I do it is just that I try to do what I like it from my previous internship experience, and you know like what did the boss do that I like them doing, and I try to replicate that, and also like from other engineering blogs and books, and then just try to replicate it to do what it says. But yeah, I'm still experimenting on that, like management style and how to manage the company. So, but yeah, but I think it's completely fine to just like if you want to build your own company, just do it and then just and then learn on the job like how to manage it and stuff. I think it's much faster rather than uh, waiting or learning before actually doing it. Like, might as well just do it and learn on the job. Well, that's a really great sharing. So I think without wasting of time, we have to move on to the Q&A from the audience. I'm sure that we would like, I'm sure the audience would like to ask you a question before we finish the session. So now, if you have any question that you will want to ask to the speakers, you may raise your hand and I'll be taking you. So does anyone here have any question to ask any of the speakers?
First of all, thank you so much for your insightful sharing. I just want to ask if there are any projects that made you grow significantly and like what was the lesson that you learned? Why do you think it's important and how it shaped you as a person today?
Would you like to answer, Mr. Wong?
I think I do. It will be the last one, which was the terrorist detection model. I think when I was here a year before, I talked about building this thing, and then I think one thing is that we released it before I left. We released it last month, and I was very very proud of that. I think what that taught me was that uh, in order to build the best model, you gotta understand the data first, and it's true because without understanding how a X-ray looks like, you don't know how to get this model to detect certain things from this X-ray. So I think fundamentally it's about understanding what the data is, how the data looks like in your domain, and then from there you can build the best model. And I think across this, doing it all the way from getting the data itself to building the model, it's very rewarding. Actually, see it goes to life after 2 years. I hope everyone here has the chance to experience that. You know, getting building a model all the way from the start to the end. And what I learned is actually not just on the technical side, but on the people side. You know, like how it's a German company, so it's very tough to convince them because their culture is a bit different from Malaysia. So learning how to communicate in their own way, in the way that they understand, I think that's something that I learned along the way, and how to work with others, how to yeah, it was tough because 2 years we were just building this one thing, uh, and you have all the time in the world, and a lot of things actually happens when you are so free. You know, you people change their mind, people get political, and people have different things that they want to prioritize because they have so much time to think about stuff already because they have 2 years to do it. So so that's the people side that I need to deal with and learn to deal with as well. Yeah.
Okay, so I hope that answers your question. You want to add, Mr. Bhatt?
For me, like one of the projects that
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So one project that really changed my view was projects that actually have users because when I was doing, I had a lot of personal projects, but then most of the projects are like my own projects without no one using it, so there's no users. But then one day there was this project that took off and a lot of people started using it, and then that's when I realized how different it is compared to like suddenly now there's so many bugs that I have to fix, and then you can actually feel the impact. Oh, like I made this and it's so cool that people are using it, and then people start requesting features like, and then you don't know like which features to build. And I think that's when I started to realize that I enjoy trying to build a product, and also why I'm trying to build my own company, building my own product. and how hard actually it is to build to ship a product. Because when I was before I was building a product, I used to think, why this company never ship these simple features that probably can be done like in a day. But yeah, then when I'm on the other side and realize how difficult it is, like there's so many edge cases, and then you have to think of, and then there's also like so many features that people ask for, like which then you have to decide which feature you want to build. Whether like even if everyone wants it, is this like the best thing to build, or maybe it affects other things. So yeah, but then the good side of it is that you can actually feel the impact that you are making an impact. Everyone using it, and then like by talking to people, that by people reporting you that they have bugs, then you realize that, oh, these people are using my product that I built, and then you feel the impact, like compared to like building, compared to working in a company, for example, where sometimes you are just a cog in the machine, like where you don't get to talk to customers, and you don't feel the direct impact than what you are building on. So I think that's one of the good sides. And but yeah, like to feel this, you have to join a company. You can just build a project that you run some projects, but then try to get users as well. I think that'll be very helpful, and it really like elevates your project portfolio as well. If you have actual users with actual experience in like handling the scaling issues, and then the talking with customers, and that will help you in your job application as well. So yeah, that's my
Yeah, let me add on. When Roddy was speaking, it actually triggered a new thought. So, relating back to career, job hunting, and so on, this is very close to my heart because I just recently conducted a few rounds of interview. We are mass hiring for data scientists. I can share the information with your president later on because we are still short of a few data scientists. So what we are looking for when we interview fresh grads, especially, the questions that we typically ask is, what did you do for your final year project? Can you tell me more about your project? Okay, so if you can, please do a very nice final year project because it will impress your hiring manager. Second is that we will also ask, because there's really limited things that you can ask, it's not like an experienced hire where we can ask, what did you did in your previous job, blah, blah, blah. So for fresh grads, typically we ask final year project. We also ask, what did you do in your internship? Can you elaborate? What did you do? What was the challenges that you faced, and so on? So some of us may not have the opportunity to do internship. I don't know. Depends on your. I think some courses depends on universities. Some they fast track until they don't have industrial training and don't have internship. But if you do, please go for internship because it's something that you can talk about in your job interview. So another way, so if let's say you don't have opportunity to go to a good internship or your internship was really terrible, they didn't give you anything meaningful to do not fret because this is where you can take charge and you can do on your own initiative. You can do some pet projects that you can tell your prospective hiring managers about. You can assign yourself, hey, I think I want to tackle this problem, this data science problem. There are a lot of data sets out there in Kaggle and so many of the platforms. So just take one or two that interest you, and then just build a project. And then from there you can showcase your project, you can post it in somewhere, and then you can have a very simple prototype. So at least something that you can show your prospective hiring managers to say that, hey, this is the project that I did out of my own initiative. I joined this hackathon, or I did this apart from your final year project and apart from your internship. So these are the additional projects that you can showcase. So it really, really will earn you a lot of brownie points, especially for on those projects that you do on your own, because it shows us that you take the initiative to learn new things. It shows us that you are a self-starter. So you can just take a random data set on Kaggle. There are a lot of data sets out there, and then just start playing with it, and build a shiny app, or build a JavaScript app on top of it. Yeah, you can also do the same for AI as well. Build MCP server, build MCP client. Yeah, so this is how you can impress your future bosses in interviews.
Alright, thank you for the answer. So let's move on to another Q&A. So does anyone of you just yes?
So this question is directed to Mr. Rashid. So you're the co-founder of DPI. How is DPI different from, say, other GPT wrappers that are in the industry right
I think the main difference is still like customer says like hyper personalizations where like ChatGPT is a general purpose tool and there are so many features, so many UI changes, or so many integrations that you can build that will make the tool so much better for one specific purpose. In our case, it was like content creation or writing. So one good example of this is like Cursor, for example. Like technically, you can generate code with ChatGPT as well, but then in Cursor, like I'm not sure if you are familiar with Cursor. Yeah, the coding editor with AI thing. But yeah, like like in Cursor, they have so many like small features or like integration with your code editor, and that just makes it so much more convenient to code in Cursor rather than coding with ChatGPT in your tab, for example. So yeah, I think that's basically what makes us different in this case. That we're trying to make a more specialized feature. There's some UI change, integration with social media, and then other features that just more specialized for content creations or writings. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Mr. Pati. So do we have any other question? Our last question before we end the session.
Talking about the career, because just now at the career fair, I actually see that there are only a few companies looking for interns and fresh grads in data science. So is it like the demand is getting bigger?
I can take that first. I see your point, and I see that as well. And I think even for our side is that the truth is that we are hiring less and less junior data scientists because how to say you have this LLM that are already very useful, and in one way it makes the need to hire more people lesser. And then for junior, it's like we don't even see a need to hire junior anymore, but just to hire someone that has experience and can use well. So I think that's one of the reasons why they are getting less and less. But I think one more thing is that something I still think about for juniors as well is like how do you differentiate? I don't answer, but how do you differentiate between uh, like in this age of LLM, right? Like I said, I feel more powerful now with all of this. But then for juniors, it's like we don't see a need for juniors anymore because you just have to use this tool. So how you need to find a way, think, reflect, and think. How do you differentiate between, if you use this tool already, how do you be even better? How do you sell yourself in this age where everyone can just use this tool and be better? Like it actually raises the bar for hires already. In my opinion, right now, I'm still thinking. I think it's more on the side of uh, even if you can use this tool, how do you sell yourself? Where if you use this tool, how it can help you to be better and how you use it differently from others. Because my experience is that the tools that the code that the LM generated for you actually is not the best code to be honest. Even when it can generate the code for you, it can run, but it's not the best. Even when it's the smartest model. Uh, you always gotta apply the principle of like solid principle, dry principle. How do you write your code in a more modular manner? So that's very special thing that you gotta find out for yourself to differentiate between a user of an LLM tool and how to be better than just purely using it, generating the code, running it. Yeah, you gotta find a way to differentiate, and then sell.
So I feel that I cannot comment about whether or not there's a shrinking of number of data scientists that the industry is hiring because I don't have the visibility. But what we need to have is the ability to be a chameleon. So when I say chameleon, so many details this. So remember earlier on I say data science, AI is interchangeable. So sometimes also you need to customize your resume a bit depending on the job that you are applying to. Let's say the company is hiring for data scientists. So maybe you can choose the wordings in your resume that it's more aligned to data scientists, and then you have to look at the job description and you can get ChatGPT to help you rephrase and to write your CV. So look at the job the job description and look at your CV and look how you can align better with the job description. So you can have one, let's say you apply for company A that's looking for data scientist, then you can customize slightly. I wouldn't say like customize all, okay? Especially if skills you don't have, then you cannot just simply create that skill. So align it more towards the job scope. And if let's say you are at the same time you are also interviewing for a company, let's say that's hiring for AI engineer, and you know you have that skill, you know you have the AI skill. So what you can do is you can customize the CV wordings a bit so that it sounds more AI related. So these are these are some of the tips that I can share.
To summarize, for me, it's like you gotta find your secret sauce. Yeah, it's even harder now. You have anything there? For me, like I agree with what George said just now. That I think with Gen AI now, the bar to hire is so much higher. But I think you can, but like you guys can also use Gen AI to rise to like your impressiveness or your value, like to rise the level. So for example, I think I've seen more on like my students actually because of the whole product or whole startup. Because now Gen AI like made that possible. So in my opinion, I think like you can try to make even more impressive projects by using Gen AI. I think better than avoiding it because some students I've seen like they don't want to use Gen AI because they think they cannot do what they want to learn anymore. But what I think that you should use Gen AI to be even better, so even more like a middle range engineer, for example. Or you can build now you can build like a whole project that maybe like uh, larger scale project, more investing as well. So now when you apply, for example, I have this project serving like thousands of users, making this much amount of money. That's so much impressive and going to higher as well. So yeah. So yeah, my opinion is just use AI to even rise your value higher. Alright, thank you so much for answering the questions. I hope the questions was enough for the answers for you. So, what a wonderful session that was. We have certainly gained the insights into the realities of becoming a data scientist. Now, let us invite our speakers and moderator to return to their seats. So before we conclude, it's time for us to express our gratitude to our esteemed speaker for sharing their valuable insights with us today. I kindly request the President of University Maya Data Analytics Club, EMLab, Mrs. Sharifah Raini, accompanied by our Event Management Director, Ms. Nurul Adiafika, to join us on the stage to present a token of appreciation to each of our speakers. First up, Mr. Wong. Next, Mr. Fatih Rashid.
One place that's the thing. It's not as simple as SDK one. Because even if we control from the office, right? So the communication, it's hard. Yeah, so yeah.
Thirdly, Dr. Mason Lee. Right, thank you so much. So before we wrap up, I would like to invite all our speakers, organizers, and participants for a group photograph. Please arrange yourself in the center for a quick memorable snapshot for today's event.